council meeting. And so we have some prefacing comments to the next item on the agenda, which is 22, the Chief Executive's Overview Report.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good morning, councillors. Ms Allen has a couple of updates to appraise you of since the report was produced.
Thank you, councillors. We have an increase in our external revenue of $140,000 to add into the budget.
That results in a change to the rental at Wall Street for one of our tenants that hadn't been captured. So that's additional revenue. Apart from that, you'll see there have been some changes since the budgets that were presented to you for consideration in March. Some ins and outs. The net effect is a slight decrease in the capital program, and the operating budget is in line. There's an increase, but it's offset with some reductions in revenue. So the draft budgets as presented are still at, they have a rates increase of 17.5%, as was consulted on with the community. We're happy to take any questions, Mr Mayor. You'll see in the capital budgets on page 10 of the supplementary agenda, which is a summary of proposed changes to the capital expenditure program. There are some ins and outs due to timing, some suggested deferrals, and a staff comment about when some of those items might be deferred to, with a net change of $1.5 million in the program. So councillors may have a view on some of the suggested timings of those projects.
Questions. Firstly, Councillor Hurland.
Thank you. On my sheet, and I don't know whether it's different to this, but for the annual plan budgets, it said there was 100k. So now that means 240k that we can allocate. Is that what that's saying?
So there is if I'm understanding your question correctly, there's $100,000 unallocated money in the grants funding. The additional revenue, our advice would be that we're running a deficit budget and we should bank the additional revenue, but ultimately that is revenue that is available that would mean that there would be no difference in the rates increase. So yes, if you wanted to, you could apply that $140,000 to something else.
And that would be 240k, but in total.
Correct.
Yeah.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to check up on, first of all, the rates penalties, which are going up $300,000 from budget. Well, are we expecting more ratepayers to be incurring the penalties, or is that a reflection of the actual the actual amount that we receive from rates penalties?
Thank you, councillor. Yes, that's reflecting the actual rates penalties that we're receiving to date.
Has that increased from previous years?
It is slightly higher than last year, yes.
My next question is just around there's the capital budget, and looks like there's a delay in the material recovery facility, and I just want to understand about when it's expected to be open and operating. I thought everything was going to be lined up for the changes in the curbside recycling.
Yeah, thank you, councillor. So no change in timing. Obviously, we're in the consenting process at the moment. It's basically just recognition that due to the construction program, that the final payments for those buildings won't be until next financial year.
And then my next question, where was that? Under that was the revision, a timing change from on the Dunedin Urban Cycleways, the Tunnels Trail, which is unsubsidised. And I wonder, have we made a decision to pause any of our cycleway projects that are not funded by NZTA?
I can take that one. So there is the Central City cycle and pedestrian improvements that's been pushed out, and that's because there's an indication that we won't get co-funding for that. The Tunnels Trail is in, but unlikely to be funded, and that will be a decision of council.
So when might we make this decision? And we may, because we are going to be asked, I think, to approve the capital budget, approves the proposed capital expenditure, and I just wonder, are we being asked to make the decision on the Tunnels Trail today?
So there is a change in timing for the Tunnels Trail for this annual plan process, where there's 1.8 million, give or take, being brought forward into this the new budget. It has shifted from last year, but the broader program around the tunnel, no. And then as part of the 9-year plan, we will have a better idea of what likely subsidy levels we will attract to all of these things, and that will happen in the round as part of the 9-year plan.
I guess my question is, when we did the debate on this, we were expecting to get whatever far rate it was on it. So there's $1.8 million sitting there. Are we going to spend that without the far rate attached to it? Or is it going to be held?
The draft budget puts the 1.8 into the annual plan, and there is work that can be done to progress the tunnel that may or may not have qualified for far rate funding anyway. But Mr. McLean might be able to answer, or Ms. Benson, in more detail.
Thanks, Councillor. So yes, there is work that we can, the Chief is right, there is work that we can progress on the Tunnels Trail, namely this section between Gladstone Road and into Chain Hills Tunnel. We can look at that until we kind of understand what is going to go on with co-funding from Wakakotahi and the cycling area. We should have, I think that should be fairly clear fairly soon.
What I would say, and it goes to a point Councillor O'Malley has made many times, that that partly it's getting projects that council are committed to into our work program, and then we need to be able to shift them a little bit depending on the flavour of the central government of the time and what will and won't attract funding. So we've tried to, cognizant of the fact that we're unlikely to get funding immediately, put money that we know we wouldn't get anyway to progress those elements of this project that we can do, while having the broader discussion at the 9-year plan about what we do or don't then put into that budget.
And so would the reporting on that go to ISCOM about where that cycle layers, or all of the cycleways, I guess, are at?
Once we get through this annual plan process, we will build a program of work for the 9-year plan. Which committee it goes to will depend, but some of these will be council decisions. It might be that ISCOM has the initial discussion, but we're going to need to have a lot of council involvement in the development of the options for the 9-year plan, more likely to be a council decision.
Next one's just on the CCTV, which is a new project, and I just wondered if it was a council decision to adopt this new project, or if is it part of the George Street budget work, or is it part of another budget?
It was always intended that there were cameras on George Street, but the money was never put in the budget.
And final question for the capital budget was just about the Toitu New Gallery Space Theatre, and I see that there was 515,000 put in the LTP, and I just wonder, I would like to know a little bit more about the theatre project, and then why the budget's gone up to 711,000.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, look, it hasn't been possible to complete that project in this current financial year. That 711K is made up of two budget lines, 515 and 196, which have been in the renewals budget for, I think, something like 10 years. Just the cost escalations of the project have meant that we've needed to combine those two budgets and bring them forward to complete the theatrette. And what the second sum, the 196, we've been able to complete the work that we'd identified that needed to cover in the last couple of years. That's been identified for technology upgrades, but that work has been done.
Can I just ask, because we're going to be discussing theatres and some requests for some funding perhaps to run theatres, so I just want to understand what the theatrette is. Is it a place where there could be performances, or is it strictly film related? If we could have...
This is a value add to the Toitu offer. It's conceived as a paid experience in a disused plant room behind the reception area in the foyer. It's a relatively small space, so it will house maybe 15 people for like I said, a short program, which would be a ticketed experience. So its use beyond Toitu-related activities is probably fairly minimal.
Oh, thank you. So, and I just want to figure out if there's an operating income from there. Is that in the budget now, or is it not expected to be finished in this financial year?
No, we'll probably put it into the preceding financial year.
Got Councillor Vandevers, then Councillors Walker, Gilbert, Houlihan, Gary and Lofisol.
Earlier on, when these budgets were being proposed, I had understood that an increase in debt of $118 million was proposed. What would that now be, given that there have been some slight changes?
Good morning, councillors. There would be, from the proposed CapEx changes that we've got in the report, there would be a 1.4 million increase in debt that would revise our debt up to 108 million. So 107, sorry.
So it's 107 now that we're going to be borrowing in addition to the debt that we already have.
Correct.
Regarding the Tunnels Trail 1.8 million that Councillor Barker covered, I'm still unclear as to where in today's debate we might make a decision or re-look at it, given that it no longer has the funding that was proposed when it was first voted on.
You have an opportunity as part of the adoption or otherwise of the draft capital budgets to raise anything that you may or may not wish to debate with your colleagues.
And at what part of the meeting would that happen?
Any time now.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, team. The Councillor Vandevers' last question segues, I guess, into my question around the Wakatahi subsidy, because you allude to the fact, I think, in the papers that information was expected during the week, this week, and you would update if necessary. Can you do that? Since I know the answer.
We don't have any update at this point.
And then, so going back to Councillor Vandevers' previous questions, we don't yet know around the tunnels trails, for example, whether or not there is or isn't a subsidy available.
It seems highly unlikely that there will be, but we don't know for sure. We're given the guidelines that we have seen from for Wakatahi, it would seem highly unlikely at this point that it would be funded.
but we can wait and see. Second question, Councillor Barker raised the CCTV in Central George Street. There also was mentioned there of minor plant and equipment for civil defence. Can you just enlighten me as to what?
As part of our response capability, that's a small budget that will be spread out around various community response groups who are separate from the centre to provide things like generators and potentially communication equipment, so that and it relates to feedback from the events that have happened up north where communities were isolated and didn't have the kit themselves to necessarily respond when the centre couldn't contact them. So it's a small amount of funding spread around the various outlying communities for kit that they have identified would help them be resilient in an emergency.
Thank you, that's a great answer. And another question around, I mean, this came to light in the context of our youth problems in the city and obviously the tragic event last week, and it's around the Mornington skate park, because it's not mentioned in the papers, and I remember that being something, and this might be a question for Parks, that we did commit as a council to revamp the Mornington skate park. We actually had help with the Skateboard Association doing that. Just wondering where we sit with that. Is it still around? And
I think he'd stop this.
Thank you, Councillor. It is still around. We did go out and procure it, and it came back at double the cost that we were originally expecting. So we worked with the skate community and identified some other areas where we could spend money to provide them like wooden ramps and things like that in the interim, and we'll come back to the 9-year plan with the revised costs to present back to council.
so just to be clear, you are liaising closely with the skateboard community. You're nodding.
Yes, we are.
Presume you're not at liberty to tell us the costs.
I think Heather said they're working with the community, and we need to consider all of those kind of increasing costs in the round of the 9-year plan.
And my final point is, and I don't know if others around here agree with me, but when I read these papers, my feeling is, my sense was a lot of what I was reading, a lot of the stuff we're planning to do is being pushed out to the 9-year plan. And there's a long list I've written down, lots of things. And I understand fully things that are related to the Waka Kotahi subsidy. That's fair enough. But I do get a sense that if we're kicking a lot of stuff down to next year, it's going to make next year's process, and I can see a few of you already nodding your heads, it's going to be a really difficult process, both fiscally and mentally, and put a lot of stress on those people who feel that they're on a promise to get things done. So I wouldn't mind your comments around that.
The next 9-year plan will be significant. There are, and you've rightly highlighted, there are a range of things that have been delayed. And as part of this process, I would urge councillors, if there are things that you know, areas of interest to you that have been delayed, that we manage to capture them by way of a resolution, because that will ensure that we don't have things drop off. And so I think, but it will be challenging, and the budgets are not going to be any easier for the 9-year plan, and there's going to be a whole raft of potentially new initiatives that will need to be considered, but they need to be considered in the round, and once we understand the shape of some of our service delivery, for example, for water, which hopefully we'll have a clearer idea from government about as well. So it will be big, it'll be a long process, and it will require a lot of working together between staff and councillors and the community to determine what the priorities are.
Okay. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. My question relates to the top of page 15, Business Information Services, Value Added External Services Workstream. Now, I understand the words, I even understand them in groupings, I just don't necessarily understand what that entire grouping is. If somebody could clarify for me, and given that it is external and value added, what revenue does it then translate into?
Have you got this one, Anna? Okay. No, okay, so while we've managed to get nearly all of our senior leaders here, Mr West is jetting his way on holiday, so I'll follow up with the CFO and get back to you. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Houlihan.
Oh dear. Yes, so following up on several questions that have been asked earlier, I'm just wondering, given the uncertainty around the Waka Kotahi funding, does that mean really we need to put everything that's reliant on that funding in the 9-year plan for now? I know that's a nightmare, but is that from this budget? I'm just thinking obviously the most obvious one is the one we've been talking about before, and I know they won't like that, but that would make quite a difference to the rates as well, wouldn't it?
No, it wouldn't make much of a difference to the rates. Just to remind councillors, I think it's a $40 million change in CapEx makes about a 1% difference in rates. 40 million. And so what is proposed in the draft budgets for, and I'm guessing you're referring to the tunnels trail, is $1.8 million, which won't, it needs to be at a quantum of $40 million to make a difference of 1% on rates. It makes a difference to debt, but the cost is the interest, right? And so we have attempted with the transport budgets to manage where we know we're going to get funding, but remember, the transport budgets are already, we are doing a whole heap of work in that space that is unfunded because the level of funding we are getting from Waka Kotahi doesn't meet councils or the community's expectations of how much work you will do, especially in pavement renewals and footpath renewals. So already there's a reasonably high level of rate subsidy for that work. You, of course, could look to delay some of that, but the consistent feedback you get from your community is that the roads and the footpaths aren't good enough. And so so we have tried to find our balance, and we consulted on that, and I think there's a rate subsidy, it's quite a significant rate subsidy in that area, isn't there, Carolyn?
The renewals budget is 30 million and we get 11.8 million subsidy.
All right. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 3 questions. First is around the Tunnels Trails Trust. I want to just check in with you that I have this correct. Is it not the case that it's a chicken and egg? In order to even have a chance of Waka Kotahi funding, even though it's very unlikely, you have to have it in there and show a commitment from council at some level or another in order for there to be any chance of getting Waka Kotahi funding.
Yes.
It might be that we don't, but we still have to, and we might decide not to do something, but we have to have it there. Okay, that's good. The second question is around the George Street cameras, and this is a little tangential, but of interest, and I'm wanting to check in with you. I see it's new expenditure. That's good. I was at a webinar. I watched a webinar in another governance role around AI, and there was a specific application software where AI could be used to monitor and analyse for not a large fee. Do we do anything like that in terms of monitoring?
No idea, but I'll throw to anyone who might know. You don't know, or we don't do it. We don't do it, but it's certainly something I will get the team just to look at whether the cameras would enable that kind of AI interface.
So further, is anyone aware of that capacity to do that? And this is in like a health and safety lens. So if I give the example, workplace recording of things, and then it analyses where the risks are and sounds. So do we monitor at all this equipment that we're looking to spend money on? Is it monitored in any way or not?
No, our equipment isn't monitored. It's used as more as a deterrent, so that after the fact.
So might I suggest that might be worth looking into. And thirdly, and just want to bury down a little bit more around the civil defence budget, and you mentioned it's in relation to the review. I heard the person who did the review very specifically talking about enabling local communities. So it's specifically around that, is it not? The enabling local communities to respond in that first 24, 48 hours and having the tools to do that.
It is about that, and we have been working with group on this for a while, but we'd wanted to understand the needs of our respective communities first.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā korua. This is aroha mai, I'm random, as you know. I think it's an OPEX question. So I think there's been savings by not offering catering for some of our meetings where we used to have them. So given our adoption of Te Taki Haururu as our Māori wellbeing framework and the universal tangata whenua values of manaakitaka, how might we restore the catering aspect of manaakitaka for meetings such as the grant subcommittee? I know that community members are paid, however, universally, in terms of looking after our people and relationships, can we do that?
Yes, we can. The intention for the changes to catering had been for meetings like this where councillors and staff turn up, not for ones where we were acting as host. And so if that hasn't translated through appropriately, I'll make sure it does. But where we have external folk coming, we will always offer manaakitanga.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you. It's a roading question, and it's the roading and footpaths funding. As we've already mentioned, the financial assistance rate has moved on some of these things, footpaths notably, and the renewals between the draft budget and the revised budget haven't changed, yet the FAR rate for footpaths has gone down, and I went back to the previous annual plan and we spent 4.4 million on footpaths renewals. Now, the halving of the reduction, halving of the FAR rate would knock about $1 million of support off there. So when we haven't changed the budget, does that mean we're actually planning on doing slightly less footpath work?
Yes, so Council, we don't understand the concern around footpaths, which was indicated in the GPS, because they did say that it would come out of the walking and cycling budget. There has been a lot of feedback from local government representatives about the fact that that kind of doesn't work from a fitting that into an overall budget perspective. We're yet to see the outcome on that one.
Right, the FAR rate may come back. Okay, and that's why that number isn't moving at the moment. Okay, thank you.
Very good. Councillor Vandervis, and then Councillor Bishop and Deputy Mayor Lucas.
We had previously assumed there's going to be a 5% cost to debt in terms of an interest rate. Is that still the assumption?
Correct. We still have the 5% assumption. Yes.
Thank you. And I very much appreciate the paragraph 18 on page 6, which talks about operating surplus and balanced budgets. What hasn't been made clear, or what I would like you to make clear, is what are our obligations to have a balanced budget, and under what circumstances can we choose to have an unbalanced budget, as in this budget that we have?
Thank you, Councillor. The resolutions that this council will be required to move when they adopt the annual plan relating to balanced budget will consider that it's financially prudent to have these unbalanced budgets for this particular financial year. We did the same for the current year. What we will need to do for the 9-year plan is show how we're addressing the unbalanced budget.
And if I could just add to that, look, the unbalanced budget is front and centre of staff's thinking and how we move to being balanced. And so the 9-year plan, that will have to be a focus, which in line with the question, I think, from maybe Councillor Walker about the various aspirations that councillors might have and the community might have, has to be tempered with our ability to pay for them. And so how we move the budgets to being balanced is the single biggest challenge, I think, for us that we need to address collectively as part of the 9-year plan. Oh, sorry.
Can you give me some idea how many unbalanced budgets council have had in the last, say, 20 years or even last 10 years?
I'll have Ms. Bodica have a look for us and provide that information.
And in what's proposed going forward and what we decide today, especially with so much that's being deferred, will influence what's going forward. How many years of unbalanced budgets are you anticipating just looking forward currently?
That's an impossible question to answer, Councillor, until we build the 9-year plan, because it will depend on what elements council chooses to add in or take out, what levels of service council agree, because if there are level of service changes, that will potentially impact. If there are additional sources of revenue, that will also offset it. So it will depend, ideally sooner rather than later.
So just to get back to the preference for a balanced budget, is it the Local Government Act 2002 that says that we have to show that any unbalanced budget we have is somehow financially prudent?
I think it's an LGA resolution. Yes, yes it is.
And is there any clarity around what financially prudent might be?
Whereas the resolution is quite detailed, I will circulate the resolution that is required, but I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but it details the various tests that council needs to be happy with.
So when you say resolution, is it part of the Act?
Yes, there's a resolution that you're required to pass. We did it last year. Sharon's just pulling it up now, but I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me and I don't want to guess.
Yep, that's clear. Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if you can update us on the status of the work that council asked for about investigating options for redesign and improvement in the Octagon.
So I think from memory, and again I will have to check, but what council asked for was the remainder of the Central City Plan work to be done in a business case developed to look at what might be required to deliver the remaining programs of work, which are Princess Street, the Exchange, some of the joining streets and the Octagon, not specifically the Octagon.
And what's the status? And the status of that work is?
The council asked that it be prepared in time for the 9-year plan, and we're working towards that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Thank you. 3 questions. Following on from the conversation about the Tunnels Trail, so that's a carry forward item from this year budget. So in the current year, were we budgeting for NZTA subsidy for that? In effect, so are we now budgeting for us to spend more?
Correct, we budgeted for subsidy and now we're not.
So that's an increased cost for DCC. Do we know how much that subsidy was that we were budgeting for?
I can check.
Thank you. My next question is in relation to the CCTV cameras, and we heard that they were always planned for George Street, and I just wonder why, especially when we've been told that the budget for George Street is underspent, why they weren't part of that spend.
They just hadn't been factored into the various contracts for whatever reason.
So then there's no opportunity for them to be spent out of that saving? I mean, that funded out of that savings, right?
Don't think we can get them delivered in time. And so the challenge was we didn't know you needed to get a contract in place. There was a clear commitment to have cameras in the area, and somehow it wasn't in the budget.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is in relation to page 22 and following on from Councillor Vandervis's comments about the operating deficit. And I note that it's gone up $3 million from our original draft budget, and that is primarily because of $3 million of grants for capital that we're not receiving. So I'm just wondering what in particular that's in relation to, because that's not mentioned in the report. I am concerned that we're now budgeting a $28.5 million operating deficit, even with a projected 17.5% rate increase. I'm very concerned about that.
Thank you, Councillor. On page 10 of the report, the changes to capital expenditure, there are 3 items there of capital expenditure in the transport budget that are rescheduled into 25-26, and those 3 items attracted subsidy.
But if they're they're nearly $6 million projects, so they were going to be funded 50%, because that was a 50% by subsidy? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Curious that in a revised budget over to 200 million, we've got so many questions around CCTV, but I've got another one. Because it's sort of got budget implications, but tiny ones. Can you answer the question as to whether or not in George Street we are legally able to extract information from cameras to try and get on top of the current situation of people parking illegally in the shared zone in that street? I thought that would get that reaction.
Well, that's a really specific question, and what I'll do is have the team think about it unless anyone knows the answer. Okay, marvellous.
We're currently waiting the signage to go back up. The enforcement staff can't enforce until the signs are up. So we're just waiting on the signage, but in the meantime they're patrolling to try and educate and encourage. So I just spoke to Scott about that this morning.
Question slightly different. Can we use the CCTV camera footage as an enforcement tool to recognise the...
Generally, no. You have to use a warranted officer to enforce.
Right. Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you. It's back to the balanced budget. So my recollection was that we made that decision based on the uncertainty of where the Three Water asset would be, and it was effectively a Three Water asset unbalanced budget. Is it still the case in terms of that's where the unbalanced budget resides?
Aaron's just checking, but I'll leave that with her.
The majority of it, yes.
It was originally 35, and we've had a rates rise, and that's brought it back down, but it's come back up again to 28, right?
Yes, and just going back to your previous question, so in terms of that first test, there are the 2 tests. In the first test, it is Three Waters. When you exclude all of those other capital revenues, then it's more council and Three Waters. But
oops, sorry.
Just to be clear, the deficit in Three Waters is 28 million at the moment.
Okay, so my real question is, that's the answer to my first question. So the current deficit is 28 million. If we were to instantaneously fund that, what increase in rates would that be? So 21 million is 10. Plus another 14. It's around about 14%. So we could adopt a policy, so it's Section 100 of the Local Government Act, I just did a word search. We could adopt a policy that has a time frame on when we would balance, and it would probably meet the requirements of the LGA at that point.
While it might be one section, I'd want to check that there aren't linked things, and whether that would meet the requirement, I don't know. So I would need to check, Councillor, sorry.
Yeah, it's linked to 102, which is the funding and financial policy section. I guess what I'm getting at is my general impression around this room was that we knew we were going in with an unbalanced budget because we had uncertainty with where the asset was going to go. Now that it looks like the asset will, in all likelihood, remain with us, I thought that the general consensus, although we don't have a council decision, was that we will fold this in over a series of years.
And broadly, I think that had been the position this council had discussed, although not formally articulated, and that will be the discussion for the 9-year plan once we see the funding mechanisms and what Local Water Done Well requires us to do.
Last question is it something that needs to be resolved in this budget, or will we resolve it in the 9-year plan budget?
My sense is that it's a 9-year plan question, but I will check with Sharon, who will just check. But I think that would because we don't know the shape of Three Waters, and we won't by the 30th of June. I don't think with the current timing, I don't think we can do it for this budget.
Do we expect something like a fundamental ground shift between the numbers that we have now and whatever the government does when it comes up to setting a general policy statement that we would balance the budget in 1, 2, 3 or 4 years?
I don't like to predict what the government will do because I'm unclear about what they might be thinking, because what they've done in Auckland, for example, is only 2 waters. And so that would have real implications for us. So I think we just need to wait and see. And the 9-year plan, there's a decent conversation to be had about this. It'll be a big piece of work.
Now, Councillor Barker.
Just a question about seal extension. I don't know if it's coming up later in the request for amenities and stuff. I don't think we've changed our seal extension policy. I was hoping that Councillor O'Malley would ask this question. Perhaps I should ask him to ask it. Would it be a capital expenditure or an operational expenditure if we decided to extend some seal?
It would be CapEx. I think in the amenity requests part, we suggested it might be useful for council to resolve something to give us some guidance that maybe you would look to do seal extensions where the road use had obviously changed, for example. But we'd need some guidance to do that, because in the absence of that, the status quo would remain.
Just, I guess, a technicality. So if we did change that policy, and we've already kind of adopted or passed the capital budget.
My recommendation would be that councillors ask for that policy to be developed to inform the 9-year plan, so it could be considered in the round along with everything else, because there would be a cost.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure if this is the right place to ask it, but I'm going to do it anyway. In terms of the what do we call it, the transport place site that was earmarked for the Kiangiora site down the road, I presume any decisions around that will not come to us, well, may come to us around the 9-year plan. We're not rushing into making any decisions around that particular site.
No. No, we're not, but as councillors know, there is ongoing work. Councillor Vandevers has a question, Mr Mayor.
All right. Yep. Councillor Vandevers.
In a previous report on budgets and capital, it was suggested that we had been spending a bit above budget, and I think 107% was a figure I remember. Is that figure still the case, and could it continue through next year to again be an over budget spend?
And while that was an early forecast, Ms Allen has reported that that number is coming down, and we are aiming the capital budget for this year will be on budget, if not a little below.
So the overspends that we have had in the past are not expected to continue?
No, that we're currently forecasting to be just below budget, under budget. And to be fair, last year we flagged early that we were lightly, and council approved that. And there's not terribly many years from memory that we've ever overspent the capital budget.
Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Overspent or over-delivered? Well, I think that the relevance is delivery is a different issue from spending.
Absolutely, and yes, absolutely. And we are in enviable position compared to some councils in that the teams are now all at a place alongside our contractors where we can deliver at scale. And so it's a good problem to have, is that we need to scale it back because we are seeing the benefits of that across our infrastructure assets.
Right. Do we have any more? Okay, we're done with questions. Well done. So, next step, I'll move that we note the CEO review report and approve the proposed capital expenditure, and note that any resolution made in this section of the meeting pursuant to Standing Order 23.5 may be subject to further discussion and decisions by the meeting. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Mayhem. So it's a pretty significant and significantly disturbing budget that we still have a very large debt that we're adding to the debt that we've got. And similarly, we have a large rates rise, but also a large, as has been pointed out by the meeting. So unfortunately, it's vitally important that we do increase our income to the council, so we have to have a large rates rise, but still that's not meeting our operational costs. So whilst there has been savings to get to this point, and quite painful savings, all of the savings will be and are naturally painful. However, the overall situation for council will be examined in greater detail when we look to the 9-year plan, because we are waiting, of course, for budget announcements, but also the government's plan for local water done well, to see how that fits with the situation we have here in Dunedin and what we can do about it. So in the meantime, we have a lot of work programs that are in train that need to be completed or continued to be worked on. And we have not consulted with the community on a reduction in services. And I think, it's going to be one of the difficulties as we look at their 9-year plan as to what services we want to maintain, increase or decrease. Because what we notice that we noticed from our consultation this time was that a whole bunch of people came wanting more spent on their various interests and activities, and another group of people came wanting less overall. So this is the path we have to negotiate and navigate to get our way to this. And so this is where we are at the moment. Who would like to speak to this? I'm sure Councillor Vandevers, yes.
This budget, and not for the first time, puts us between a rock and a hard place. I commend the staff for trying to negotiate this rock and hard place difference. Council's spending, and it is our spending that we have voted on, has resulted in the rock becoming an enormous boulder sitting on top of a mountain of debt. A mountain that this plan wants to increase by another $107 million. The hard place is the reality of available finance. High interest rates, reduced funding from NZTA, there is really quite a long list of headwinds which have been known to us for some time, but which we've pushed into anyway. We have an operating surplus that is not met. We should have a balanced budget, which is not being met. We should be maintaining value in the Waipori Fund, which we have failed to do by taking distributions of $3.3 million out of the Waipori Fund in the last 2 years. Budget spends of over budget, which we've been assured will not continue, have contributed to an overspend, which some people prefer to see as an over-delivery and to see as a positive. I simply don't see that. The existing budget in front of us assumes that we're going to increase rental on our community housing by 11%. It assumes that the Otago Museum 4.3% increase will not be granted. The two, the idea that somehow it's prudent for us to be able to have an unbalanced budget and at the same time have done all these other things, including deferring a very long list of projects which Councillor Walker referred to earlier, to me is simply just, it's not sustainable, and therefore, in my view, and any reading I have of the idea of prudent, it's not prudent either. We have spent much more than we can afford. We have continued to create liabilities for ourselves far in excess of what we can fund. And staff have done a great job of basically trying to reconcile this rock and hard place situation. The fact remains that whatever we decide now, we are going to end up with an even tougher situation next year, because so much of a merely 7.5% rates increase now is simply not enough. We all recognise that people, especially on fixed incomes, simply not able, in many cases, to meet a rates rise. The rates penalties, which we have seen a slight increase in already, I anticipate to be a significant increase next year. And when voting for this budget, and especially when voting for any additional spending whatsoever, any amount, small or large, I believe we need to think about what we are creating for ourselves in terms of this process next year, which will invariably be even harder than this one.
Councillor, I'll just give the time.
I'll conclude by saying that I have long warned of the rock and hard place situation that we are in now, that this budget I don't believe is prudent, and that despite the fact that we need to approve it, I can't vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I also reiterate Councillor Van der Vis's thanks to the staff. And I recall Mr. Pole's phrase in his prayer yesterday, talking about service with love. And I think that's our job. And if we take that seriously, we aren't necessarily in a between a rock and a hard place. We're at the coal mine with the people. And so I don't find figures painful. I find them realistic. I'm not concerned personally about unbalanced budgets because we are in a burning world. And for Māori and Pasifika and other people of colour, we have been in a burning world for centuries. So as I said in the previous debate about council housing rentals increases, I do not have a problem with our spending, because I think it's an investment and it's also filling a gap that for the last 40 years since Rogernomics and Ruth in Nature has been created, where individuated blame on people, Māori and Pasifika and poor people, has been individuated and they have to carry the cost. User pays. So again, I do record my thanks to the staff for grappling with this, and I call on us to actually remember what we're here for. We are here not to worry about figures, because we know the price of everything and the value of nothing if we don't remember the value of aroha ki te tangata, love for the people. That's who we're here for.
Councillor O'Malley.
Mr Mayor, I just want to start out with our attitude to central government and local water, well done, and the concept that it's uncertain. There are some things that are certain. We are certainly not going to get any government subsidy. In fact, if you take away the things that we're not going to get, what's left behind is actually relatively well known. It's going to come back to us to fund it ourselves, and we have to demonstrate in order to keep the asset that we can fund it ourselves. If you meet those 2 points, the government position on this seems to be that they'll leave you alone. But there's going to be a requirement for an Otago Southland interaction, whether it's an entity, whether it's a cooperative, whatever it is, there is that requirement. But the government is not giving direction at the moment which would indicate that they will come and take this asset from us if we can demonstrate we can look after it. So I think we just stay with that course, and worst case scenario is like it was with the uncertainty of the previous 3 waters reforms. Because we stayed the course, we came out well on the end of it. If we had used inaction due to uncertainty, which other councils did, we would have been in so much more trouble now, and they are in trouble because of that. I listen to some of the rhetoric that goes around, and it feels like a combination of the boy who cried wolf meets Chicken Little, because the sky is falling, and the same call comes every year. Every year. It doesn't change at all. And now we're hearing that funds are weak. We can't even withdraw money from our funds. Well, then it definitely would indicate then we shouldn't be turning Aurora into a fund if that's the case. And what's the purpose of a fund if you can't draw from it? Purpose, come on. And overpaid or over delivery. It is delivery that we have been told over and over and over again that the capital spend uplifts are delivery. If they were overspends, we would have been told that. Now, inflation and that has hit it, but effectively we have got about as efficient a delivery capital projects as any council can. And the increased spending is nothing. Councillor Van der Vis, please stop doing that, because you know what? No one does it to you when you're speaking.
If you're going to be laughable, then I reserve the right to...
Point of order. Point of order.
It's point of order, because the councillor has demonstrated exactly what his action was.
Sorry, look.
Point of order.
I will uphold the point of order. We should not be interrupting, but neither should you, Councillor O'Malley. During Councillor Van der Vis's speech, you made a scoffing audible noise as well. So we need, throughout the room, please, to not be interrupting just for the sake of interrupting and making noises and gestures whilst other people are speaking. Please continue.
Fair enough, Mr. Chair. I acknowledge that. We have an unbalanced budget. We know how we got to that. It is not one that we've wandered into by accident. We made a deliberate decision during the period of Three Waters reform that if the asset was to move, we were going to make the entity take on the debt so that the fallacy of moving into an entity would become more obvious. I've said from the start of this that our water bill will have to go to $2,000 a year. It will have to go to $2,000 a year. And by that I mean somewhere between $1,900 and $2,200. That was what was going to happen if the water entity came in. So now we have a situation where we're acknowledging that these rates increases will be fairly hard to take. So we're giving the people the opportunity to take it over 3 steps or 2 steps, whatever. In fact, we've just taken the first step to reducing that unbalanced budget. So to talk about the unbalanced budget like we are not addressing it is misleading. We are aware of it and we are addressing it. The one thing that we have not set a council policy on yet, which I believe would be quite good if it was done at the end of this year, but it can wait to the start of the 9-year plan, and that is we have to say how many years will it take us to fold this in. But I am giving a warning to everybody in your budgeting. We cannot deliver Three Waters for less than $2,000 a year water bill. It's not going to happen. And that is that missing 35 million or now 28 million. And if you want to balance the budget, then come forward with the resolution of balancing the budget. Don't just keep saying it's an unbalanced budget, therefore you're so irresponsible. Because the responsible governance then goes and addresses the issue. It doesn't just keep complaining about the issue. And you can't get angry at delivery and then angry at under-delivery. Which of the two sides are we going to get on? Are we going to either embrace delivery and bring the city up to standard and make it one of the best cities to live in? And yes, that comes at a cost. But if you ignore the delivery because you don't want to pay the cost, then you end up with a rundown city that's going nowhere. And we've been through that period. We've gone through 20 years of that and we're coming out the other side of it. A lot of what we're facing is the fact that that rhetoric got too much noise in previous councils. I don't believe in profligate spending. I think you need to know what you're doing. You need to be sure that your budgets are correct. But to shy away and preset the budget before you've even done the calculations is irresponsible oversight. This is a high rates rise, and there will be another one next year, and there will be another one the year after that. And to be honest, Your Worship, and all councillors, we have limited control over that. So when you go to the polls and you say, I'm going to keep rates down, I would like you to all be able to say, how? Because is it going to be under-delivery, under-serviced? Because that's basically what the option is right now to keep these rates down. These rates are not wasteful spending. They are a recognition of what we have to do.
Sorry, Councillor Ackland is our next speaker, so you might just take a second to get audible. Yep, there we go. Almost.
I think we're there. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can see and hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I actually agree with, believe it or not, the last 2 speakers, even though they sort of disagree with each other. The first thing I'll say, though, is that this debate really belongs later today or tomorrow, because I think we're jumping the gun to the extent as to where this particular annual plan is going to end up. But nonetheless, what we do have to realise is that, as Councillor Vandervis has said, the climbing debt has to be addressed. And for many, many years, the council has not been addressing the debt quantum. It's been servicing the debt, but it keeps increasing it and doesn't service it. So we do have to get on top of that. This year is not the time for it. It was supposed to have been a long-term plan this year, but of course we were thrown into a 1 year with a 9 year to follow. And so next year is the time to be addressing that. This year's rates increase has been largely because, as we know, of water and roading costs, on top of interest, of course. The unbalanced budget is largely because of depreciation. And as Councillor O'Malley says, and this is where I agree with him, we have been underpaying for our water for so long, and people don't seem to realise that the $1,100 per year is not the right number. It is going to be a lot higher, and that's going to come through next year when we see where we have to go to be able to cover our operational costs and work toward a balanced budget. So that's all I'm going to say at the moment, because I will certainly have more to say as we get to the end of this deliberation period. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walker. And then Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and firstly, thanks to all of our staff and what must be an arduous process and something that mustn't be that easy. I mean, you all have my deepest respects, and thank you also to the heartfelt words of Councillor Laufiso. I brought up the question around next year's 9-year plan in my questions, and I did that purposely because it's gonna be a fraught, it's gonna be a difficult, and it's gonna be a process. I'm certainly not looking forward to it. I'm a pretty cool, laid back person most of the time. I'm already thinking a year ahead to how difficult that's going to be, and I've been around this table for quite a few years. And again, I don't envy you, CEO, and staff in the year ahead, trying to make sense of what's gonna fall out of that. There will be good bits that fall out of that, but I think there'll be a lot of disappointment falling out of that also. But back to what we're doing here today, and I think it was the Mayor, Mr. Mayor, you stated that contradiction we have every year we do this, which is on the one hand, a large cohort of people wanting us to continue investing heavily in the city and in various things, also often competing against each other. But at the same time, we have a cohort of people who absolutely don't want any rate rises, and that simply can't work under the current model we have to work under, and who knows, that may change slightly in years to come. I mean, it's been well traversed from not only today and in probably 6 months ago, even probably further out, by us and pretty much every one of all the other local authorities in New Zealand. The signal has been there that this large rate rise is coming. And I don't know of any councils that are going to have a rate rise that is what could be described as palatable. But as have been well signalled and well consulted on, and particularly what comes to mind there would be the waste the bin changes. I think that's been, I mean, that was well signalled in the last LTP, and those bunch of things that are largely out of our control. And of course, the obvious one there is Three Waters. I'm probably like the rest of you. I personally hate rate rises, but I'm also very fortunate that I'm in the position to not have to worry about them too much because I can afford them, and that's not the case for a lot of our citizens. But I'd also hate to live in a city like Wellington, for example, where sewage pipes are regularly bursting and clean water is not a guarantee. I hate to live in a city where kids can't access swimming pools and residents couldn't drive on quality roads, or bikers like myself cycle safely to work. And I want to also live in a city where residents take climate change seriously and are prepared to invest in it. And it does worry a wee bit that this year's annual plan is relatively silent on climate change. I'd also hate to live in a place where all of us couldn't access quality art galleries and museums for free, actually, or live in a place where we choose not to subsidise those people, and there's many of them in our community, who need our support to live from day to day. And I see that as a fundamental part of what our job is. Lots is being pushed out to the 9-year plan, and I guess underlining my thoughts today and what happens in the rest of the day from here is just signalling that process ain't going to be fun. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. It concerns me that their unbalanced budget is now 28 million, and yes, we have signalled that it's not going to continue forever, and that's going to be a lot of work in their 9-year plan, is how we're going to get to a position to balance our budget. And as our Chief Financial Officer said, that if we were to balance it, we would be facing a 31.5% rate rise, and that's just incomprehensible. And it does concern me that we're sitting around the table today that we're still going to be facing at least a 17.5% rate increase. I've read every submission that's been made on the annual plan, and there's many of the submissions are from ratepayers who are struggling and are concerned about that rate rise. And I've been to pretty much every public consultation, and I've heard from the people how concerning that is, and I'm concerned about that. And as Councillor O'Malley said, we've got years ahead of us of significant rate rises, and I agree that the water alone needs to raise on just for that significantly, and that is concerning for our ratepayers. But as you've said, Councillor Walker, I mean, all the things in our city, and I won't go through them. I mean, we want to be, a great small city, and without the investment in our city, that's tough. And I hear through the submissions, and I know that next year there is going to be a steady queue of people coming to our table and writing to us and asking us to fund unbelievably good projects, and we're going to have some really tough decisions. And I don't know how we balance that up. And as you said, Councillor O'Malley, when people ask us to have a lesser rate rise, how are we going to do that? I absolutely agree. I mean, I've had a lot of people say to me, zero rate rise, less than 5%, and I've said to them, how? I don't know how we can possibly do it. And it's tough, and we're not even at any point at the moment proposing to repay any debt. And that is another area that at some point this council absolutely must address.
Thank you. Councillor Barker. And then we've got Councillors Wiley, Mayhem and Ulan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And like all of the councillors, it's gutting to have to put a rates rise, one of the probably the biggest rates rise ever to the people of the city. And we are here to serve them. We are here to create one of the world's great small cities, or the most livable city. And I think about if we didn't put the money in, if we just cut all the operational spending, what would that be about? A city with no renewals, no improvements, no replacements, no facilities for waste, more potholes, no more toilets, run-down community halls and property assets, run-down playgrounds. We've all been through the capital budget. We've all had a look about where we might save. We've looked at the operationals, we've looked at the renewals, and who actually, I think as Councillor Walker said, who wants to live in a city like that? I don't, and we need to attract people to our city who want to live here to pay those rates, unfortunately, as well. But I think that when we look at where the capital expenditure's going, we've got $30 million on transport, 41 million on water, $25 million on waste. That's $96 million of capital expenditure, and I challenge anyone to find where we shouldn't be spending on those things that our public have asked us to spend on. I too have been to pretty much all the consultations, and we've heard from people. We've heard from a lot of people who want the city to be improved, and then we've heard a lot of people really stressed and worried about how they're going to pay for these rates rises. I think that anybody on a fixed income, that's a lot more money to have to pay, and that's hard for us all to face in this room. When we look at where that huge hole in the budget comes from, we did have our assets revalued, and that's the key problem, is now we have to pay more depreciation in a few years. I think Councillor O'Malley brought this up. We are going to have to pay that debt back. We are going to have those big increases because we are delivering water, which is the stuff of life. But in the meantime, we are going to have to fund that depreciation, because how are we going to renew our assets if we're not funding depreciation? So we are fixing up a lot of problems that people seem to have been perhaps not focusing on. And I think that if you don't believe the budget is prudent, then where are the suggested changes? If we think that we shouldn't be doing this and that in the operational budget, make some changes, put some motions up, and let's debate them. I also want us to, in the 9-year plan, to have a laser-like focus on the operational costs for the 9-year plan, and a laser-like focus on the levels of service as well. When we say, well, if we change any operational funding, then we're not going to be delivering the levels of service. Now, we only delivered 41% of our levels of service according to our annual report last year, so we need to really focus on those, because what are we delivering to our public for the operational charges that we're giving them? And my heart just goes out to everybody that's listening to us debate. 17.5 is a hard rates rise to do, and I think Councillor O'Malley brought up that we could add another, was that 14% on if we were going to fully fund depreciation, and we have to face facts. And this is a tough time for us, and it's going to be a hard few years. But hopefully, with our laser-like focus, we can try and work through that 9-year plan and figure out how the hell we're going to sort the finances out.
Thank you, Councillor Wiley.
I know I should have spoken before, Councillor Barker, but yeah, very well put. When we think about and talk about this, we have to remember we put the document out. We've taken it to the community. It's been fully consulted on. It's been extremely well read by the group of people I've spoken to, and from the people that have come engage with me at a couple of the events I was at. I don't think there's too many in the community that haven't actually taken the time to look at this. Everybody can take pot shots at us, that's fine. I accept that. That's part of being an elected official. But as Councillor Barker and others have said, come and present us with ideas on where the savings are. Many of these councillors have been through the accounts and really dug into the budgets to see what they can find. There's not a lot under the hood to scrape away. And that's actually probably the frustration. We wish there was a pot of gold sitting somewhere where we could say, wow, look what we found, let's go and do it. This is not the council from back in 2007, 2008, 2009, where one of the councillors walks away from the table and comes back later and says, guess what, I found $30 million. Those days are gone. Thank goodness for that. But we have to invest in the city. And when we look at where a lot of the rates rise is coming from, as others, especially Councillor O'Malley, have said, there's a lot of investment in the city. And unfortunately, with that investment comes increased value. You know what, that depreciation figure really scared me when I saw it. But as you work it out and understand why, you accept it. The other thing is that we are implementing a new curbside collection program. That's adding 4.4%. It is a sort of a combination of factors. And unfortunately, I don't know where we could have scraped away 3 or 4%. I know I've stood on podiums before at mayoral elections and mayoral forums and things like that and said, I don't want a rates increase greater than 5%. But I can tell you there's no way I would say that ever again as a councillor. Because guess what? There's two pathways we take. We invest in the city, or we watch it degrade. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you to the staff and to all of our speakers. Yes, we've got significant debt in our budget and a huge rates rise, and there is a massively underfunded portion. We're still not meeting our operational costs, and as Councillor O'Malley said, is it overspending or is it delivery? That increased spending has been deliberate. We wanted to get the Three Waters entity to take on that debt, but then the goalposts changed. Last year we voted for an unbalanced budget due to the inconsistency of the re-evaluation of these assets and the uncertainty around the Three Waters reform. Well, that's reflected in a 5.4% in our rates increase. Rubbish, that's hugely important, 4.4%. Well, that's about a new modern landfill to protect our environment from contaminants. Waste management is huge and it's important. And also, that was a government policy change that we couldn't afford. So a lot of these things were, unforeseeable foreseeable or not, the three main drivers are the rates is the Three Waters reform, the rubbish. If we fully funded depreciation, that would be 27.5% increase in rates, but we set it at 4.9%. We've got a $96 million spend. There were government policy changes. We're trying to bring things up to standard, but we've got regulation and compliance costs also. So what would the impact be on not delivering? Everything's been done by staff that we could possibly do to reduce costs, and we're all very, very aware on the huge impact that this is having on our residents. We're going to have a very, very tight budget for our 9-year plan, and we're in a cost of living crisis. I'm really upset about the proposed 11% increase to our community housing. There's no nice to haves in any of this. And I just think, what are we doing? We're caring for our infrastructure and we're renewing things as we need to, and I don't know what else we could do. We've got to deliver. Thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, we've heard from many of us on the different costs and situation we're in, but we're not the only one. Every council around the country is faced with the same situation. We're looking at around about 11% of our rate is made up of government things that we have to do. That's the new curb recycling and rubbish bins, the service there. It's also our Three Waters. What we decided as a council was to offer a high service delivery of Three Waters, and I voted for that, and I don't regret it, because look at our city. Look around here now. I know there's been about 1 million blimmin' orange cones everywhere, and it drives people nuts, and you can't get round the city very easily. However, that is coming to an end, and what we do have is a whole lot of new infrastructure pipes, and as everybody else has said before, we could have left that. We could have left it so that when you flush the toilet overflows and you can't flush your toilet and you can't have a shower and you can't use your normal services. Is that what you want? I don't think people want that. I think people want to see a city that doesn't have sewage flowing out on the street like Wellington. We have been proactive. We have taken steps that, yes, have meant costs are higher, but we have invested in our city for our future, for not just today, for tomorrow. And for our future generations who will want to live in this city and want to live in a city that offers a lot more than other cities. We want a city that is forward thinking. I was so excited about the economic development report the other day that talked about the possibilities we have as a city with a university here. We've had our university for years. Let's do more collaborative work with it. And it talked about involving the new hospital, which is hopefully, crossing our fingers and our toes, that the government invests in the budget tomorrow. Let's hear what they're going to give us for that, and hopefully it's a big investment. And with that, combined with the hospital, the university, and the technology of code, because we have the Centre of Digital Excellence here and the integrated health research around digital. The opportunities for that are huge. Instead of focusing on the negatives of our city, let's look at the opportunities we've got. And let's say, as a group of us together in a unified way, let's work to create opportunities, look at solutions rather than problems, and move forward and looking as a collaborative cluster, what can we do on the international scale? Like Dunedin punches way above its weight as a city, particularly in technology, particularly in those areas of digital where we've got no competition because we are a remote place, but digital breaks down those barriers. And I think the opportunities we have here are amazing. And if we keep investing in our city, we can get huge returns from these opportunities. So when we're talking about 28 million of debt, you could make that. I can tell you now, on some of these startups for tech, they're making huge money overnight. We can be getting a percentage of that coming back to the city. Let's think bigger than just, this pocket of debt. Let's think huge, Why don't we take on the world? So there's opportunities here that... that are bigger than a bit of debt. That's all I'm saying. I don't like the rate increase, but I do like the opportunities that are ahead for our city.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to remind councillors of one of the little kernel gems that exist in the papers that we discussed, and I've got in front of me on my screen page 26 of the last Council Finance and Council Controlled Organisations agenda, which details the year-to-date borrowing metrics. Now, we can all make alarmist statements about the quantum of debt and the rest of it and whether we should or not, but people forget, including people around this table, that we have a set of parameters and we're well within them, and I'm going to read them out to you. This is from the last meeting of the Finance Committee. Our rule is that our interest as a percentage of rates revenue should be less than 30%. It's currently 12.2. That's so far so good. We also have a rule that interest as a percentage of our total revenue should be less than 20%. It's currently 7.3, seems to be less than 20 to me. And we have a third rule that the debt percentage of annualised revenue should be less than the maximum of 250%. We are currently at 113. Now, we are well within, very conservatively well within all three of those agreed parameters, which we look at every time we have a finance committee meeting, and it would do the chair of that committee well to actually look at the figures in his own report.
Point of order.
Yes. What's your point of order?
The idea that I haven't looked at these figures as chair is simply personally abusive.
And I will uphold that point of order because you also had an inflammatory adjective earlier in your speech, so just confine your comments to the facts as you see them, which you mostly had been speaking about. Thank you. So I'd like you to withdraw that remark and carry on with what you're...
I withdraw that remark.
Thank you. You finished? Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I recall two interactions with members of the community. One was back during COVID when a gentleman wrote to me, and I think I've mentioned it previously around this table. He had a memory of his parents going through the Depression, and he pleaded with us to have a 0% rate rise during the COVID period. Now, we were talking at the time of a single figure low percentage rate rise, but had we gone down that track and not invested in our city, it would have been catastrophic for the city, and we would not be in the place we are now. I understood his sentiments, but he clearly didn't have all of the information before him. And the second interaction I remember was with a member of the community who came along to a consultation during the last long-term plan. And in the particular group that I was in, where they were talking about community-based facilities and had a strong desire for that, and with good reason, this woman, when asked, I said, do you have a view? She turned to me and said, why does council keep raising the rates? And there was no connection between what we provide for the community and are expected to and do, and the rates increases. And so that is problematic, that disconnect. We did have wonderful submissions to this annual plan, and I read every single one of them, and I went to most of the consultations. What I was struck by was certainly there are people struggling and in distress about this potential rate rise, but many people understood it. And in many of my conversations, there are a large number of people in this community that understand the need for a rates rise, are prepared to pay it, and cover it for the people who can't. And there's various mechanisms around that, and I understand that it's not a straightforward thing. So I just remind us of that. The other point I want to make is that I actually have faith in this council in terms of its sense of responsibility. And I believe most of you have a very responsible view to how we spend. And I don't buy into this idea of us being irresponsible and spending large amounts of money without any thought at all. And I find it extremely difficult to listen to a colleague talk about, in fact, I've written down the words bit rich, actually it's very rich, to have a colleague who many times through campaigns and in council meetings has bayed for blood actually around the lack of infrastructure spending, to now talk about our capital delivery, and congratulations to the CEO and staff on the extraordinary slick delivery of the capital spend. And I was in a boardroom high up the other day to talk about one of the people in that office saying he can count 11 cranes in the city without even going 360. So our investment in the city has provided other investment. So I find those kinds of conversations very difficult, or points very difficult. And I think it's extraordinary that the Chair of Finance has indicated that he will not support this budget. And I take the point of the Deputy Mayor and the Deputy Chair of Finance around the issues of addressing debt, and that's something we are going to have to look at, yes, and I think we're all well aware of that. But many of the reasons why this budget is as it is, and we have a proposed rate rise of 17.5%. So many of those things are beyond our controls. We're catching up with infrastructure. We have a great deal of uncertainty around this new government, and many of the costs are beyond our control. So colleagues, I stand with you in terms of your sense of responsibility to our community. That is our job, and I believe we're doing it. And it is not easy. And I understand that not all the community understand the why. But that is what we have, and we need to look ahead. And I take Councillor Walker's point around the immense difficulty and challenge at the 9-year plan. But that's for another day.
Thank you. Councillor Weatherall.
What a grisly bunch we all are. Oh, my word. Although I do agree with basically what everybody has said, but comes back to where we want to live and what the city can actually afford to pay. And I don't get out of bed every morning to think, in my position, to think, how am I going to stuff the city up? I want to actually contribute to the city, and I want to support the ratepayers that are looking down the barrel of a 17.5% rates increase. And it's quite honestly, it's absurd. I cannot support such a rate increase. And I want to support my colleagues. I want to have the best for our city. But quite honestly, I don't believe Dunedin is going to fall over if we don't spend this money. I think we will survive. I survive in my own business. There's times where I spend money like water, and there's other times where I actually pull my head in, pull the purse strings in, and say enough's enough. I've got to manage my life, and we have to manage our city. When it comes to how we can actually run the city, I'm not illusioned one bit. I know that the staff of the City Council run the city, and we basically just tick the boxes and say yes or no. I believe the staff can, make it work. I believe the staff can actually make savings. But for councillors to go through line by line saying, I want to support this because I've got an interest in the arts, or I want to support that because I play hockey or whatever. Quite honestly, we need to leave it to the staff, I believe. I think we need to decide what we want to spend, and I believe the staff have to make it work. I never told my parents how much money it cost to run my life. They gave me my pocket money and I made it work. And I was instructed I had to save some too. And I don't think we are saving enough. We've got to look after the future generations of the city, and I definitely don't believe Dunedin's going to fall over if we protect our ratepayers by bringing it back, not by half, but I would like to see it come back by a good 5%, in my view. There's good debt and there's bad debt, but at the end of the day, without making a science of it, no debt's good if it keeps on increasing. We need to address it. Everybody has a mortgage. Well, most people do have had a house. They don't like their mortgage increasing. They like it to go down. I watch the ads on TV as well. I love it. The debt's nearly out the door. What a great feeling this city would have if our debt was nearly out the door. Unfortunately, it's going the wrong way, and I just simply cannot support this increase going up and up and up in our debt. I won't be supporting this rate rise. Thank you.
Thank you. So, we're coming to the moment of truth when we get to vote on this. The thing is that it's pleasing that councillors have been reading and understanding the figures. And, you know, we have some, as I said earlier, very painful figures here. And everyone around the table is right. We have a very diverse group of people here, but everyone's right because they bring their own perspective to the table, and we have a range of perspectives from our residents right here. But right at the heart of the issue that we've got is that we have an accumulated infrastructure rate of inflation of 30%. And that is actually where the rates rise should be to cope with all of the expenses that we have in the community and in the city. And that is huge. And the problem is that all of the services that are funded by that infrastructure are the things that everyday citizens and people moving through and living in Dunedin expect to have and see. So we are faced with that. And in response to that, we have shielded the residents by a significant amount by having an unbalanced budget and increasing our debt by putting operational spend into our long-term debt, which is an unsustainable thing. However, we have addressed that position a little bit in this budget by reducing the unbalanced portion of the budget from 35 million down to 28, 35 million last year, 28 this year. And we are charting a course to continue to reduce that unfunded budget so that we get back to a balanced situation. And similarly, we need to move to be able to get to a position of being able to pay down the debt burden that we carry. And now it is my reading of the debt situation that over the 9-year plan, if we continue on the course that was charted out or that we're currently on, we could actually get to our debt limit over the course of that 9-year plan. So, which is similarly unsustainable and an untenable situation. So we most certainly will have a lot of difficult conversations to have when we come to the 9-year plan. And it's certainly our hope that the government will help us before we get there with some strategies and mechanisms for dealing with the cost of water, because Councillor Manley is right that water costs more than what we have been collecting or spending. And it's both sides. You know, we haven't been collecting enough to pay for water, and we haven't been spending enough to keep that level of, keep the quality of infrastructure up. So we're faced with both, having to increase the cost and increase the spend. The the last thing, the point I'd like to make is that the average rates in Dunedin is going up from $2,500 a household to just under $3,000 a household. And what that amounts to is an increase from $50 a week to $60 a week. So in terms of the services and facilities provided for the city, from my perspective, which could easily be called a privileged perspective, that is not such a ridiculous amount to pay. I think the city does get good value from the services and facilities provided, by the DCC. However, we cannot keep the price of those, the cost of those services. That has to be distributed throughout the ratepayer base, unfortunately. So we have to have this rates rise, and even though we've shielded it in some way by deferring some of the capital expense and transferring some of the operational expense to the debt that we carry. So, having said that, we'll now put the vote by division, please.
Can we have A, B and C separate, please?
Certainly. Okay, so we can just run around the three. Would you call it?
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Aye. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously for A. Excuse me, just putting that in. Okay. For motion B, Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
But Part B of the motion is carried 13 to 2. Okay.
Part C.
Part C. Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall. Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Part C is carried unanimously.
Right, yeah. And can I just remind councillors, when we go around and make the vote, please use the microphone to turn it on, because otherwise it's not recorded on the sound. And people at home, or people who are viewing remotely, including Councillor Eklund, can't hear. So, thank you. Now, just have a look at I think community housing, should we go with that one, or should we have a lunch break?
I think we should crack on, Mr Mayor.
Rightio. Might take us a minute for this one. So the next item is item 14, community housing. We have Ms Nielsen to the chair. Do you have any opening comments? All right. Councillors, do we have questions?
What's the difference between a cat and a small dog? Well, you know, if you're allowed to have a cat, why can't you have a little dog, a cat dog?
Councillor, if I could just suggest that the purpose of this meeting is budgets. Some of these other discussions, while interesting, there's quite a big agenda, and we can't change housing policy on the fly like that.
So, does anyone have a question to do with the budget? Councillor White.
Thank you. I just want to cover off, over the last 12 months and going forward, there's been quite a lot of investment in the council housing. Can you just give us a brief overview of some of the things that have taken place to improve the quality of living in them?
Sure. Going off the top of my head, we've been completing the Healthy Homes work. Sorry, is that better? Yep, we've been completing the Healthy Homes work, which... How's that? Better. Good, thank you. We've been completing the Healthy Homes work, which other than one particularly challenging unit, we are complete. So that included upgrade to heat pumps and dealing with draft stopping and ventilation in the bathrooms. We also have our regular planned maintenance program, so we maintain the grounds in the majority of the flats. We have void work, so every time somebody leaves a flat, we go in there and assess it and ensure that it's up to a good standard before the next tenant arrives. We have a painting program, so we continually paint our units. As you can imagine, there's just under 1,000 of them, so it's an ongoing painting program that works through the portfolio.
So in talking to a couple of residents, they talked about the new heat pumps that have been introduced into some of the housing, and they believe, and chatting with them, that from their regular old bar heaters, etc., that the heat pumps were going to be saving them funds because of that huge capital improvement that was made. Is that your feedback as well?
Oh, look, only anecdotally, we've had really positive feedback to some of the cost savings some residents are experiencing with the heat pumps.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I just want to understand the differences, and there's some suggestions here. There's the 11% increase, 3% increase, and a 4.6% increase. And I think I sent a question through which said, if council decided on a different option, i.e. 3% or 4%, what would either option add to the housing budget? And would this then lead to a rates rise to cover the amount, and how much of a rates rise for each option?
Sure. So the draft budget is based on an 11% increase, your preferred. So I'll just talk to the changes should you choose one of the other options. If you were to look at scenario 2, which we gave you, which was the 3% increase, that would mean an additional 480,000 odd would be needed from other funding, so typically your rates, and that would have an impact of 0.24 on your overall rates increase. If you were to look at the third scenario, which was the 4.6% that we gave you, that's circa 390,000 additional revenue that would be needed for the portfolio, and it equates to around 0.2 of a rates increase.
So just to understand, because we talked a little bit about depreciation earlier, is depreciation one of the main issues that's adding cost onto the housing portfolio, and are we not fully funding it?
Sure. So the main cost increases in the housing portfolio are rates. Thank you. Depreciation and interest. So rates alone equates to 2 million additional costs for the housing portfolio.
We can't give ourselves a rates holiday. Oh, is that something we've ever thought about, or does it just swings and roundabouts?
It feels like swings and roundabouts, but I'll check with Carolyn. She may know. Have we ever investigated not charging ourselves rates?
I don't believe the Rating Act would allow that. So there are some non-rateable properties, and community housing isn't one of them. But
if it were owned by a trust, sorry, tricky question, would they then be able to get rates relief for that or not? Or is it just like, sorry, I'm just throwing some ideas out there because I don't know if we've thought about this big enough.
I don't know that they would, but Carolyn's answer has prompted me to think, so would it be possible to have community housing added to the exemptions in the Rating Act? Would that be a mechanism?
a change in legislation, you mean? Of course.
Is that part of because what the whole, well, there's actually quite a big hole. I'm just trying to, is it just overall costs or is it the depreciation? Is it the rates? I mean, you see the increase was the rates and the insurance and the interest, etc. So is it, how big is the difference? I think you said if we were fully funded, it would be 26% increase. I can't work that out in my head about what the actual number is. Oh, is there one? Okay, I missed that. And while you're looking for that, I do have another question, which was about the consultation document, because people were a bit confused. I thought I had it with me about the wording in the consultation, and I just wonder if, sorry, I've lost it, if the team were consulted about the wording in the consultation document. From memory, it just had one sentence, which was, do you think that community housing rates should go up 11%? And the people that I talked to, and I don't know if other councillors experienced this as well, were confused because they thought it was their rent going up by 11%. And I just wonder if we were asking the question well enough. So I wonder if you had any input into the how the question was phrased and people's understanding it, or any feedback as well.
Sure, the question was phrased, council plans to increase community housing rental by 11% for 24-25. What do you think of this? So of the 241 submissions we received, 70 of those appeared to believe it related to something different, the majority of which actually thought it related to building more homes. And they commented very positively in support of that.
Oh, sorry.
So I didn't experience in the feedback what you've suggested, but there was some that understood it differently.
If I would just add to that, in addition to what went in the consultation document, every tenant also got a letter that was very specific to them. So for our tenants, that there would have been no confusion, maybe for other members of the community.
Yeah, I guess my question related to our community's understanding of what the question was and whether how they felt or what their opinion was on supporting this. So that's just where I'm trying to dig down into the figures where we got the comments back from people about the submissions. It's 241 received, 70 didn't relate, and so there was 170 that related. So did we have a percentage, or do we not really understand how many were from the people that are in the community housing versus the public? I'm just trying to split up public opinion versus...
Our advice was that we weren't able to specifically ask if they were tenants or not. So where they have self-identified, we have shown that, but other than that, we aren't able to provide any further advice.
Councillor Vanders.
The 940 units that we have, how much has their total value gone up from last year? Because that will have increased rates as well.
Yes, the last time we had the valuation done, I think we do it every 3 years, it had a huge corresponding effect on the rates and on the depreciation, more importantly, and those houses are due to be revalued again this year, I think, off the top of my head.
So how much was it 3 years ago then?
I don't know off the top of my head, sorry, councillor, but I can find out for you.
If you could do that, that'd be good. The other question is there any debt owing on that? Are we paying interest on this enormous investment that we have in 940 units?
I can answer that, Councillor. Yes, we do have interest cost. We have debt.
And can you give us an idea of the quantum of that debt? My understanding was that most of that was actually debt-free.
Yes, I'll need to come back to you with the level of the debt, but the interest cost in that portfolio is 480,000 for the draft budget, and that increase has occurred as a result of the high level of capital expenditure that we've been putting into the portfolio in the last couple of years.
That answers that one. Thank you very much. My next question is, we used to have, or at least in theory, a neutral cost to other ratepayers, given the extensive ratepayer investment in the capital of all these buildings. We used to have a neutral cost in terms of being able to manage the operating costs with revenue. If we were to increase the revenue to match the current operating costs, how much would that 11% have to go up by?
It needs to be approximately a 26% increase in rent.
Thank you.
Okay. I've got Councillor Benson Pope next, then Councillors Houlihan, O'Malley, Gary and Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Just a question back to the scenarios that were discussed and the effect on rates of the various ones. Can I confirm that my understanding is that when you said, for example, of scenario 3, that 0.2% impact was 0.2 of 1% of 1%.
0.2 of a percent.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. 0.2 of a percent. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'll just give notice of...
No, I'm sorry. It is my intention as Chair to move option 1. Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. We've got the amounts. Say for example, 142/253. Is that 1 bedroom to 2 bedroom? Is that what it's comparing?
Sorry, whereabouts were you looking, Councillor?
On all the examples, you've got the different costs for each.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, I understand now. That's the range of rent that's paid.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
And is that from 1 to 2? Is that what we're looking at there?
Sorry, the difference of a bed sit, for example, is our lowest cost, right up to a 2-bedroom.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So, but I think Councillor Benson Pope might have just answered my question. Was so that if we didn't pay rates, if these didn't cover rates, did you say that's a 0.2% difference or what? No. Okay. So what difference would that have on these budgets?
I'd have to take that away and work that out, Councillor. I don't have that numbers.
I think the question, though, was around, because Councillor Benson Pope's point was if we only put rents up by 3%, what impact would it have? Is that your question? No, I thought that...
To the example that Councillor Barker gave, if they weren't paying rates, because at the moment they do. But can I just... Oh, mind you, I ask this every year, but it's a bit... But Councillor Vandevers asked part of that question is that, just to clarify, these community housing don't have any mortgages, do they? But there's now, by the sound of it, there's $480,000 worth of debt, and that's from capital expenditure. Can you explain what that is? What is that capital expenditure?
That's our new capital and our renewal capital expenditure every year. So new builds that we work on at the moment, healthy homes is a part of it. Part of our general program of maintenance includes a capital amount.
So have we built some new units as well out of that 480,000? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we have the new units at School Street.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, could I just make a correction?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to correct that's the 480,000 is interest expense, not debt. So it's the interest expense on the debt.
So can you say what is the debt, please, on the community housing?
Yes, we're just confirming that number, and I'll circulate that.
Are you saying there is mortgages, there are loans owing on these properties? Because we were always of the understanding, well, I was anyway, of the understanding that there was no mortgages on them.
There is debt on the portfolio, yes.
But debt is different than a mortgage, and so it's not. I don't think it's linked to individual titles. So it's council as an entity has borrowed, as opposed to tying it to, like a mortgage would to, property at 123, Blacks Road or whatever.
It's quite a lot. Finished. Councillor O'Malley.
I'm just going to the tables on page 112 and 113, which are the three different scenarios of rent rates, and comparing them between single and a couple on the superannuation. And the reason I'm doing that is I felt that when we did this last time we debated this, it was a relative burden on income for people on fixed income paying towards your rent. And if I'm reading the table correctly, and I think I am because then I went off and checked the numbers in Excel, for a single person, if we do 3%, it's currently 25% of their income is going out to rent. And then if we go to 4.6, it wouldn't even go up 1%, it would stay 25.3, I think. And then it would go to 27% if we went to 11. And for a couple, it was 28, then it would go to 29, and then it would go to 30. So in the full bandwidth of either a single or a married or a couple, the proportion of income that's going out to rent would move somewhere between 25 to 27 or 28 to 30. Effectively just 1 or 2%.
For 659 of our tenants, yes.
Trying to get, obviously, and the others have different forms of income, but they will be relatively, well, given that the income is fixed, those proportional changes will be relatively proportionally similar. They'll be bigger if you have a lower income like job seeker. But I guess, so my question really is it true to say, though, that although the actual percentage differences, 3 to 11, are by themselves large, the proportion that is carried as a burden by the person inside the unit is a little bit smaller than that, and the range is around about 2 to 3% difference as a proportion of your income?
I would agree with that for the New Zealand Super, that there's only a 1 or 2% change in the percentage of income, but for our lower income tenants and the job seeker tenants, it does move up to, for a couple, 38% of their income, so there is quite a bit more of a jump for those lower income.
How many people do you have that are both on job seeker inside you?
Just under 300 tenants will be on job seeker or a low income. We don't have specific income details.
Yep. And the job seeker go up? How much the job seeker go up?
4.6%.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the report. So my question's around the accommodation supplement, and do we know how many qualify for that, and have we had discussions one-on-one with any of them? And the reason I asked that, I was chatting to one of the people who came and spoke to us, the gentleman who spoke to us, who was a tenant, and I asked him specifically, are you one of the people that's eligible? And he said he was not. And I just wonder if, because one of the arguments when we first considered going out for consultation was that people could receive a lift in their accommodation supplement. What worries me is there's a few who are going to fall between the cracks. So I guess the question is around, do we have confidence that people are accessing everything they're entitled to? And actually, the grey power lady mentioned that as a real issue amongst grey power, is that not everyone is accessing. Do we have confidence in that, and can you talk about the numbers? Thank you.
Sure, I'll try and start from the beginning. We don't hold income information for our tenants, so we can't make specific comments on specific tenants and their entitlement or what they have. What we do is encourage them to contact Work and Income every time the rent changes, and when we've consulted with them most recently, we encourage them to get in touch with Work and Income and talk through how their entitlements may change. If we talk about the accommodation supplement just for a moment, it's income and asset tested. So I guess there's two factors there with anyone that may say they don't receive it, whether they're fully aware of how to receive their full entitlement and understanding and engagement, but the other side is, are they simply not available because of the assets or incomes that they hold? And we do work regularly with the likes of Grey Power to try and provide support where we can.
So would it be, do you think there are people falling between the cracks, having done all of that work and not having that access to that information? I understand that. Are there still going to be people in these 940 units that will fall between the cracks? Because that is the concern I have.
Honestly, it would only be a guess if I was to make a comment on that, so I won't comment.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Councillor Vandervis's question, when he asked about the 11%, when he asked, and your answer was 26, the rental would have to go up by 26%. That would just meet the 10%, 90% policy we have. Is that correct? 90% being user pays.
You're correct, Councillor Lucas. Sorry, I've made a mistake on that. The 26% increase would comply with the current revenue and financing policy of 90-10.
And the current proposal of 11%, that would make the policy, we would only be 73% user pays. I would just want that confirmed, please.
That's correct.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā korua. I think this question is for the Chief, because it's not about the figures and all that stuff. It's actually about the process of engagement. And I did question Ms. Nielsen when we were talking about point 14 about writing to DCC community housing tenants. And I'm just wondering, and I don't know, I know it's a big ask, but I think when we're talking about engagement of the annual plan, especially when proposals directly affect tenants, I think there should have been a person-to-person, face-to-face kanohi, ki te kanohi engagement process for the tenants, because just getting a letter in the post is not effective in terms of actually getting real feedback. And also there was, I met with a tenant, and the letter stating her rent was actually incorrect. So, you know, there's a lot that we could do to improve our direct engagement with people whom we're making decisions for. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and I'll take that on board, but I would say that the team of that Anna has of the folk who engage with our tenants did a lot of work in addition to just the letters going out, but they probably didn't contact every single one of our tenants. But
no, but there was definitely a lot of conversation around the office. Our tenancy managers fortunately have really good, strong relationships with the majority of their tenants. They look after just over 300 tenants each, so they keep pretty busy, but they have good, solid relationships. They talk regularly with particularly their most vulnerable, so I'm confident they've had quite a few conversations.
Can I just add that that's awesome that your staff are doing that, but I think there's value in terms of, farmers market and all that stuff. Actually, councillors, governors should actually be engaging with our tenants directly so that actually we get some sort of appreciation of what people are dealing with. I mean, it's great that the two tangata whenua, or one mana whenua, one tangata whenua women came and submitted directly, but actually we need to make the effort, and as I'm not talking about staff, I'm talking about governors. Thank you.
Good.
I'll note that for next time.
Thank you. Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Is there a significant problem with current tenants being in arrears with their rents at present?
No, I don't believe so.
A friend of mine is, and has had a letter recently, and she was in arrears of $250 odd or something. Do you have the ability to write that off, or do you provide a payment option on an individual basis?
We usually work with each of those that are in arrears directly and set up generally a payment option where they pay towards their arrears over a long period of time.
Good. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just getting back to example 1, which is the 11% increase. Under revenue and funding, this is on page 112. That's been investigated by other councillors. Just want to be clear, so the rates revenue of 2.4 million, so there's 2.4 million of rates are subsidising the rents for the 940 units. Is that correct?
Yes, the units have approximately 2.4 million of non-rental revenue, and that's a wider discussion around depreciation and how we fund that as a council.
At the end of the day, it is a cost to the ratepayer of 2.4 million. Is that? Am I right with that?
Yes.
Whereas initially, when the housing, social housing or community housing was put in place, it was cost neutral, as I think Councillor Vandervis mentioned earlier. And so to change that and make it cost neutral, just using an average of 2.4 million is the gap that the ratepayers are contributing in terms of a subsidy for social housing, that would work out, and this is an average number, for about $49 per week per unit. And I realise that's not a fair breakdown because some are 1 bedroom, some are 2 bedroom. But basically, on average, the rates are subsidised by, shall we say, around $50 a week at the cost of the ratepayer. Is that the case?
I haven't done that maths, sorry, councillor. I'd need to go away and check.
What I would say, councillor, is that the current revenue and financing policy has a 10% subsidy on rental. So there's a 90-10 policy. So it's a long way from being full cost recovery. And that's it's gone. Oh, you've gone off my screen. That's a decision that the council as a body has taken and has consulted on the community on as part of the last 10-year plan process. And that's where it landed.
Right. So so in other words, that's changed relatively recently, sort of in the last 3, 4, 5 years, sort of thing.
Yeah, and it reflected the challenge with the portfolio going up in value and how you then recovered the costs for that. And so the council as a body at the time, in conjunction with the community, decided there was an element of social good that came from the portfolio and decided that the 10% was the level of subsidy. But the current budget, you'll see, and the Deputy Mayor raised it, we're not sitting at that at the minute. It's closer to 79-21 under the preferred model.
Okay, and just one other question. This is in relation to the debt that we're informed is $480,000 in interest cost. And if the interest is 5%, then basically that's just under $10 million of debt that's aligned. And I appreciate it's not a mortgage aligned to social housing. What why? What's that $10 million in debt for? Worth of debt for?
If we've allocated debt to a portfolio, then that's because the capital expenditure has been high. So in the last couple of years, in the current year, for example, the budget for housing capex is $5 million.
Okay, no, that's great. Thanks very
Just
much.
as one year as an example. Yes.
Yeah, I get that. Thank you.
Councillor Hillier.
Thank you. Going back to that, I think that's where, say, for example, the whole of everything, every department the council does is looked over, and then it's split and allocated like that, isn't it? Rather than per, like for example, community housing. It's done overall, isn't it? Yes, that's what I thought. So, as a council, is it correct that we can't claim any depreciation tax deductions? Can we? Is that correct?
Correct.
The same goes for our, there's been a lot of talk in the past about trusts being able to claim, for their tenants to be able to claim market rent subsidies. Now, our tenants can't claim that at the moment, is that correct?
So an income-related rent subsidy is paid to the housing body, not to the tenants, and council as a housing body is unable to apply for the income-related rent subsidy, and that has been confirmed in legislation to be the state going forward, even if we divest to a trust. Yes.
So if a community provider was had these community housings, they could get market rents, is that correct?
A community housing provider, a CHIP, can qualify for the income-related rent subsidy. Any houses that would be transferred out of council ownership into a CHIP would not qualify for income-related rent subsidy. They have changed the legislation last year.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. Just a question relates for the Chief Executive in relation to the mention she made of the consultation via the previous 10-year plan about the community's preparedness to make a contribution via rates to community housing. While it may not be meeting the 10% that we've set in the revenue statement, there was a clear community level of community support for a rates contribution, was there not?
That's my recollection. I'll just test with Sharon is nodding and so is Carolyn. So there was broad community support for it.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at the percentage of the income for like the New Zealand Super and accommodation supplement. Is that based on an after-tax number or a before-tax number? I guess my question relates to that there is a benchmark of around 30%, I think, that is sort of acceptable for the rent to income. So that's why I didn't know whether it was based on a pre-tax or post-tax number.
Because it's a percentage, I don't think it matters if it's pre or post-tax, but we do it net what they receive based on that. And the ideal of 30% of income as some mythical affordable amount, it's not something I can find anywhere written by anyone. The common understanding in the housing industry is that there's a spectrum, that for those on lesser income, 25% is far more reasonable than 30% of a small amount, but those on a higher income, 30 or 35% is quite reasonable.
So my next question is around the couples on job seeker plus accommodation supplement, because that looks like quite a higher percentage. And I see that we've got maybe 107 double units, should we call them. This is on page 120, which says there's 60 double partitions, 47 double separate, and then a bunch of two-bedroom. I don't know if couples are living in two bedrooms. However, I'm just wondering what percentage of our tenants are on the job seeker plus accommodation as a couple.
I don't have that information, sorry, councillor.
not asking for a direct, do you think it's a large figure or a small figure? Just trying to figure out if we make a decision, how many people that has an impact on.
I would just be guessing.
So my next question is just around, I think that, well, I've heard the words today, community housing and social housing kind of used interchangeably, and I just wonder if you could clarify the difference between community housing and social housing and what the council provides.
Sure. So I'm just thinking how best to do that. Those terms really are used quite interchangeably. If you want to look for a definition, social housing usually refers to the government subsidised social housing, whereas we call ourselves community because we don't receive a lot of the central government social housing funding.
Oh, I just wondered because I guess that one of the interpretations that I heard in the past was that social housing had some wraparound care around it. Is that because it's government delivered? Is that the understanding?
I think what you might be referring to is CHIPS. So again, community housing providers is their name, just to be confusing. To be a community housing provider, you have to meet certain performance standards. Those performance standards do include things like sustainable tenancy arrangements, more of a case management approach with your tenants, and more of a holistic service. I wouldn't call them social services, but it's definitely a more demanding service model than what we offer.
Right. Are there any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Scott.
You're welcome. So, as stated, I'd like to move that we adopt option 1, as previously been discussed, and that is seconded by Deputy Mayor Lucas. Now, in speaking to this is another painful budget item because it's not a pleasant task having to put rents up for social tenants and people in need. However, similarly, it's not a pleasant task to ask the ratepayers to spend even more money subsidising their rents. Now, we have moved quite considerably from a situation of everything being in balance, and so that the social housing or community housing was actually for the last 50 years at no cost to the ratepayers. So it has been in balance that the expenses that have been incurred by council on maintaining them and keeping them up and looking after the tenants was balanced by the rent coming in, and that has changed. And in the last triennium, it would now move to a 9 or 10% subsidy, so that people are only paying 90% of the cost. And now already that has slipped because of the inflation that we have throughout the community, and because council is in fact spending money on repairs and maintenance and upgrading of these dwellings. And so, I mean, it's vitally important that we do keep things in balance. And I think if we've got a 17.5% rates rise in the community, having 11% rent rise in our social housing, when we're not only providing a dwelling, we're also providing all other expenses, including the rates and including maintenance of lawns and so forth. And so we had some people come and say, well, thank you very much for the heat pumps. We'd like the grounds to get even more attention. We're in a difficult position, but we have to try and have sustainable management of facilities throughout our community. And going with this rates rise is not there, but it's moving towards there. And I think it's worth bearing in mind that people who are getting the accommodation supplement, which will be a great many of those tenants, they are income and asset rated, so that they will get more money from the government corresponding if they're eligible. So if they're getting that accommodation supplement, they can get an increase in that, which will offset it to balance up their income and assets. So the thing is, this brings us closer into line to our policy, because we're outside our policy now, and it gives us, gets us closer to having a sustainable mechanism for those flats. So, who would like to speak to this? Councillor Walker.
Sounds miserable, isn't it? Thank you. Yeah, this proposal, the 11% increase, we're told will lead to an increased cost in the papers to operate the portfolio, and will increase the rents on an average. I think it was $14 to $25 a week. And I guess, like a previous item, when I mentioned money, that $14 to $25 a week doesn't mean much to any of us sitting around this table. But for many of our highly vulnerable citizens, it's highly significant. The burden of higher rent will be felt by those whānau on the city's lowest incomes, especially our beneficiaries and those who are already susceptible to minor fiscal shifts, and who already sometimes are living on the edge. When incomes are already limited and often not guaranteed, many people know that, even a small increase, and that would have been option 2 and 3, and I get the impression Councillor Benson-Pope was likely to move one of those. That increase can be the difference between making ends meet, including putting food on the table or putting the heating on, and I allude to the weather out there now. This proposed 11% rise will, without question, exacerbate an ongoing problem in Dunedin, and you have to look no further than the tents and the Oval to understand the problems we have. Supporting this increase, I think, is just adding to this problem. Recent benefit statistics that were out recently highlight that there is more and more money being given to hardship assistance and food for food and housing costs, and in 21st century New Zealand, that's just a tragedy. Benefit increases aren't enough. None of us here are on benefits, but I know they're not enough to keep pace with the increased costs of living, and it's simply not good enough, I think, for us to ignore that. People are really struggling out there, and we need to do as much as we can here to support them. And I mean, much will be heard today about the submission process and the feedback, and we'll use that to defend our arguments or to undermine others. But we have had a majority of our community who've fed back not supporting this 11% proposal, a clear indication from a caring Dunedin public who are willing, it seems, to subsidise our most vulnerable. And I don't think we should ignore that. And I understand, I'm not a dumb person, I understand the need to adhere to our revenue and finance policy, and that currently the income from the community housing doesn't cover the costing increases, or the increased cost to run that portfolio. But the clue there is in the words community housing. And sometimes the human need in our community simply trumps those other parameters, and I think in the current climate we're in that situation now. We have the power, and we will have the power, to review the revenue and finance policy and change it to provide a more favourable social good quantum. We have that power. So I simply can't in good conscience sit here today and support this rise during the current climate, and the majority of submitters on this subject agree with me. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are a city with a good heart. Thankfully, Dunedin's social housing numbers are in a healthier state than the majority of our counterparts around the country, both in the number we supply, but also in the reasonable rents we charge. No one likes increases in charges, yet everyone is not exempt, even councils. Council needs to budget its finances just as individuals have to do. Unfortunately, double-digit increases have become normal. What's not normal is people camping in the Oval. Thankfully, after this proposed increase, social housing rents will still be around half that of rents on the open market. Now, I have two friends of similar circumstances that both get housing subsidies, and one rents on the open market and one is quite pleased to be involved in social housing. Heather pays $425 a week in rent. When I spoke to her just the other day, she said, "I'm going to make this work, Brent. However, I've got to trim my cloth. I've got to keep a roof over my head." And $425 coming out of her pension is just so difficult. She says, "I've never been a vegetarian, but guess what? I'm going to become one because I can't afford to put meat into my mouth." Carolyn, on the other hand, pays $136 a week. She hasn't got any vices really like Heather either, really. Life's still not easy for her. It's quite a struggle. And yet she's a woman of faith. She goes to church. She donates a portion of her income to the church every week. And she prays for other people in the city like her that haven't been as fortunate as her, that actually have to rent in the open market or make other arrangements, sleep on other people's sofas or just trip around the town. And we are in a dire straits. But let's be honest here. After the proposed increases, the council will still be operating our social housing at a loss. We will still be operating at a loss. As a council, we need to balance how much of a loss we can afford against our financial ability to build more social housing to meet the huge demand from the community. As much as it pains me, I will be voting for the proposed increase of 11% in option 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Yes, I will support option 1 as well. However, what I think is one of the major problems here is that other previous years we haven't gone and instead of done like each year, what's happened is they've put a 3% increase. However, if they said, okay, let's put a 5%, then it's only a 2% jump. And if it went from 5 to 6, but we haven't had that, it's just stayed at, as I understand it, at a 3% most of the time. And so now as a result of that, we're getting this 11%. Nobody wants an 11% jump on community or social housing. Those people are there because they need it. But we are faced with a situation where we've got 17.5% rates increase. If we change, we're just trying to do something to keep the rates down in general. And what I will say, and other speakers have already said it, but the costs that the rent is, obviously deliberately because it's social housing, which it needs to be, but is a lot lower than market rental, thankfully, because market rental in some places has got quite high because we've got a shortage in housing around our city as well, and that puts added pressure on the market. But however, I've spoken to quite a few of these tenants, and I know that that certainly prior to this increase, they're probably not, many of them probably aren't happy with the increase, but prior to this, they were very happy with what they're paying for rent. They know it's a good rent that they're getting here, and many of them have waited a wee while to get into these apartments because the rent is affordable for. So, yeah. So I will support this, and I think the problem here is that we should have done smaller and just gradual increases rather than the big jump, but that didn't happen. So this is why we've got this today. Thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. I was pleased when this is a fraud issue and it always has been, but I was pleased when I saw the presentation in the paper of a halfway house between the 3% and the 11% agreed. And looking at the figures, the quantum of the change and the rest of it, I think the third scenario is more palatable. I therefore won't be voting for the motion that's on the table, and I'm giving notice that should that fail, I will move the 4.6% increase. I think that is a more appropriate response to the physical and social situation, to the response as part of the consultation process, and also recognition of, while there's certainly something wrong with our current levels in the revenue and financing policy, and we do have the power to fix that, there is a clear desire on the part of our community in the previous consultations they asked about to support, via the rating system, the social housing that we have. And I'm really proud to live in a city that has the second largest number of social housing of community housing units in the country, and probably on a population basis higher than Wellington, the only other council that's invested in such a massive way in community housing. I think we should be proud of that. That's not to say that we don't need to build more, and we do have budget lines to do that, and should get on with it. But I think the motion on the table is unreasonable, and I think a halfway house of the third option would be more palatable to the whole community, not just to the tenants.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. And I think what is proposed of the 11% rental increase, we are looking at the situation of our tenants, and we are addressing the tough times that they are facing, and that's why instead of asking 90% user pays, this will only be a 73% user pays. And I think we need to remember that many of our ratepayers are also beneficiaries too. That is their only income. And I've heard from many ratepayers who are struggling with any increase in rates. And so it is hard. And I would like to quote, and yes, Councillor Walker, I am going to use some of the submissions that we received because I've read them all. And I would like to quote from one of our submitters who has been 20 years in a DCC flat. And she says here, I won't mention her name, but she's not anonymous, and she says if any tenant begins a moan, even if they get the accommodation benefit, don't come to me. Me online, she said, and I think she is paying currently between $131 and $136. She says Invercargill City Council $197, Gisborne $205 to $220, Oamaru $220, Timaru is $141 to $171, Te Puke $198. I am blessed. And she continues on, and the market rental for something similar in Dunedin is $230 to $270, and even with this rental increase, I think she will be paying about $142. So we are actually listening, and we are looking after our less fortunate, and it is a hard decision, but we have to appreciate that our ratepayers, many of them are beneficiaries too, and many of our ratepayers are hurting as well.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. In the debate leading up to this, where the council actually chose the 11%, I said don't divide and don't talk about equity when you're talking about the rates increase that our community housing tenants are facing against ratepayers who own their own homes but are nevertheless going to be challenged by rate rises. Arguing about that and being concerned about homeowners who are also beneficiaries doesn't actually let us off the hook in terms of our responsibilities, I believe, to our community housing tenants. And if we're going to be reading submissions, I want to read one from Anne-Marie Parsons, whom we should all know is a active superannuitant, and she says about community housing, and she is a community housing tenant. How about $3 as last time? My pension increase may not cover this, and I would be out on the street. There will be others with less income than I. One from David Tohurangi Ellison. Upoko, te upoko ki pukuteraki. Mana whenua. Absolutely no. The reasons are obvious, but if I was affected, my living budget would not be viable and I would starve and have a non-livable existence. This program would be social housing market and not market value costs. And he isn't one of our tenants, but this is his whakaaro. So, like Councillor Walker and Councillor Benspote, I won't be supporting this motion.
Councillor Mayhem.
Along with some of my colleagues, I will not be supporting this because our council housing tenants are less equal than other housing tenants. Inequity is entrenched in poverty of some of our community's most lowest income earners. They're already paying more than they can afford. I'd like to see us change our revenue and financing, as Councillor Walker and Councillor Benson-Pope have indicated. We're talking about fixed incomes of superannuitants and the grossly underpaid job seeker benefit. We've heard about those already struggling and behind in their rent, even though it is subsidised. Most people in council housing came there out of absolute poverty, and they're still in a poverty trap. What if they wanted to buy a gift for their grandchildren, for example? They can't even afford bus fares at the moment. You can't do anything without money. So you can't do anything at all, not even dream of it. We're leaving people with zilch. No money, no food, no quality of life. Rent actually defines people's lives at the moment. The quantum of change, as Councillor Benson-Pope pointed out, is an issue. 4.6% or anything less than 11% would be far more equitable. Deputy Mayor Lucas provided a false statistic around Waitaki housing. Infometrics provided to us indicates that in the Waitaki district you pay $130 or up to $144 per week. And I'd like to point out that Ōpuku David, although he doesn't live in subsidised housing, lives with his son in order to meet his rent payments at the moment. And I can't live with myself if I am going to provide a crippling blow to our most senior people within the city, because I think we've got an obligation of care, and especially to those minimal 940 units of subsidised rent that we provide. Thank you.
Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at, and I'll give you the page number, page 118 of our order paper, and it shows the increases from 2014 to 2023. I think the problem here, in terms of it, this not being palatable with our residents in these units, is that 2014, 15, 16 and 17, there was no increase, none whatsoever. So if you did the math on that and worked that through, if it went up 3% each time, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So, you know, I well and truly support and be empathetic for those who are struggling financially, but I don't believe it's just the tenants in our flats that are struggling in this way. And when you look at the cost of the council flats versus the commercial market, and again do a very simple mathematical equation, because of providing this service to our community, we're subsidising it by $7 million in rent per year, not out of council pocket, but out of the whole initiative that has been put in place. So again, I'm very empathetic to those who are less fortunate than ourselves or others, and I certainly do the best I can in other ways to help those people. But when it comes to something like this, there's got to be a balance, and that balance, in my view, is not for us to try and play God in some way, or shall we say, play government in some way, and subsidise just a small group of people when there's a whole lot of other people that need that help as well. So I think that the best we can do at the moment is support this motion and relook at it as we move forward. But don't be fooled. 2014, 15, 16, 17, and also in 2020, there was a zero increase in the rents of these properties. That's where the problem began. Thank you.
Councillor O'Malley.
Just Councillor Ackland will be able to inform me later, but I would have thought that maybe he was a councillor during that period where the 0% rates and 0% increases occurred, but it may have been that you weren't on at that point. From my memory of when we addressed this, it was in fact addressing the fact that there had been no increases, and looking by this, it would have been 2018 when we first looked at that, and there was the 8% increase to start to bring it towards in line. And I thought that at the time that the discussion was around affordability and what is social housing, and that in fact we agreed at that time that we, as part of our social contract with the people of the city, we have a population that we recognise has worked all their life but has not been able to put any money together, and they've got to the point that they're sitting on the pension and this is their income. And the general theory at the time was that housing shouldn't really go, the cost of housing shouldn't go above 30% of your income. So my feeling was at that point we were benchmarking ourselves mostly against superannuation, and this very debate went down at that same time. I know it. I do remember that debate. Well, but the market rent over here is that, and we're not achieving market rent. Well, bottom line is, if we're going to achieve market rent or use that as our benchmark, then we should stop calling it social housing, because then we're calling it now commercial housing. In terms of that, I will vote no on this one as well, because I'm looking for Councillor Benson Pope's motion to come forward, which I would vote to, because it is again linked. The increase is not linked to the cost of delivery, it's linked to the tenant inside the house. And that's where our focus has to be, because it's social housing. Otherwise, let's just shut government down tomorrow, right? Let's all have a libertarian view of the world. If you can't survive, you deserve to die. Because the bottom line is we actually are saying we do have a social responsibility here. And how much and how do we assess it? And it has to be assessed around the ability of the person to pay. That has to be it. And 30% is considered the benchmark to which you shouldn't go above. You know, and if we go to 4.6, for the super, we're at 25 to 29% of whether it's a single or a couple if they're on super. I think that's sitting around right, and more importantly, it's a movement that's related to the ability to pay. The central government's support of people on fixed incomes is causing 90% of this problem. Now we can ignore it and go, I want full cost recovery, or we have to acknowledge, in fact, that until the government raises it, we're asking these people to do something. I mean, if you were quite literally on $425 a week rent, you're on 75% of your income. You definitely are going vegetarian at that point. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's miserable outside today and miserable inside, I might suggest. Playing God, I've got another expression for you. There by the grace of God go I. Just think about that for a moment. And Councillor Houlihan, hindsight's a wonderful thing. It's not about they. We actually did this, and that overlaps across the trienniums. And so, as has been pointed out in 2018, there was an 8% increase, and that was balancing the 0% increases previously and affordability. And then reminding you all that in 2020, it says on the table, no increased COVID. and you know that COVID lasted a long time in terms of its impact and still is, 0% that year, and then you'll notice for the next 3 years, 3, 4 and 5%, very thoughtfully and considered. And so please don't say we are responsible for this. Most people in the community I have spoken to and listening and reading the submissions and listening to people at the hearings, and I read every single one of them carefully and made notes, there was on the overwhelming majority, and it made me feel very proud of our city, of people saying, we understand why you need to do this. It isn't good, but we understand it. And what I was taken with was the number of people who misread the question as, we're thinking of building more housing, community housing, what do you think? And in fact said, yes, that's a great idea. So that's what I took from it, and I'm proud of a city that thinks about how we care for other people. Just thinking about the people in the community housing, and I looked into this quite specifically because it does worry me. I understand why, and Ms Nielsen outlined it, we don't hold income information, we don't have that personal information. But my sense from the responses that I have had and the conversations I have had, and this included with Joe Miller from Grey Power, there's a lot of people who don't understand what they're eligible for. That is a huge issue, she said, in that demographic. And that some of the tenants will not be eligible for accommodation supplements, and there's all sorts of reasons for that. And there are going to be ones that fall through the cracks, because initially when we went out for consultation, I remember asking the question, and I was comfortable to go out for consultation on 11% because that was one of the things that was offered up, that people will be able to get more in their accommodation supplement, and I know that is the case, but I believe there's going to be people falling through the cracks, and what that will actually mean for them is cutting back on food and heating. We know that's what happens, and that worries me terribly. I am proud of the fact that the conversations previously around social good took place. I do not think it's appropriate for us to be comparing it with market rental. That is not what this is about. And we're in the middle of a cost of living crisis. We have a duty of care. So I will not be supporting this. I look forward to, if this fails, I will certainly support though 4.6% for all the reasons that have been given, for example, by the Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Vandevers.
I agree with Councillor O'Malley that we do have a social responsibility. There is a focus currently around this table on the 940 units and wanting to keep the rent well below what is sustainable in terms of maintenance. What is missing, in my view, from this debate is it's all very well to focus on these 940 units and wanting to keep their rental rates the lowest of any in New Zealand. That's all very commendable. But how do you actually do that? Where does the money come from? What I believe we should be doing when we look at social responsibility is look at the fact that there are far more fixed income ratepayers paying more than double what our community housing rates are. And it is these ratepayers that we are taking the money from to further subsidise an unsustainably low level of community housing. For community housing to be sustainable long term, it needs to keep the support of the community. A lot of that support, in my view, has come from the fact that it is essentially, in the past, been cost neutral. That's not the case anymore. Not only is it not cost neutral, but that the maintenance costs are so far in excess of the rents. The rents have fallen so far behind being able to make it a sustainable community housing that we also now have an extra and significant debt associated with community housing. Debt is something which some people here prefer not to think about. Councillor Fiso has said, "We are here not to worry about the value of figures," unquote, from an earlier debate. I believe that we are here to worry about not just the value of figures, but the value that those figures can give to all the people in our community. To focus just on the 940 renters, rental units that we have, to me, is to make a mistake. We need to focus on where the money is coming from to subsidise those, and recognise that that money is coming from many, many more, several times the number of people that are also close to the breadline that we have raised the rates on to subsidise these lucky few. 11% is a beginning to try and redress the balance, doesn't make it sustainable. 11%, in my view, is the very minimum that we should be considering.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I do take exception to the words "the lucky few." I don't think to be living in council housing and dying in council housing, because we have so many people who are at the end of their lives who are living in these houses with hardly any money. I mean, we means test people. We are still charging them rent. We're charging them a huge percentage of their rent. I'm conflicted about this, as I was when we passed the last 90-10%, and as time has gone on, and as we've looked at the growing problem of homelessness in our city, we do need to do something about this, and we have to be judged as a city, as Dunedin, which I think yesterday we were talking about our warm hearts, about how we look after the poorest people in our city. I have looked at how much the old age pension has gone up, and the majority of our people are on pensions. On pensions, the majority of those people on pensions will be women, because women live longer than men. So there's also that social justice in there as well. The accommodation supplement has not gone up in 6 years. Now, this was on the news this week, so we're pegging it to perhaps the New Zealand super, which we see has gone up. However, we have to look at the accommodation supplement, which most of these people will be on as well. I'm just trying to look through my notes as well. What I think we need to look at is solving the $2 million, a $2 million hole, which is our own hole. As through the questioning, what are we doing? Paying $2 million in rate. So this is a merry-go-round. And I would ask perhaps the mover of, should this motion fail, of the 4.6 increase, that perhaps we ask for a report on how we look at that rates merry-go-round, where we're paying ourselves and then charging our tenants as well and passing that on. I think we absolutely need to go down to the nuts and bolts on how these figures are put together. I won't be supporting the 11% increase. It pains me that there will be another 0.2% on rates. It absolutely pains me on the 17.5%. However, we as a city need to be judged on how we look after the worst off people in our city, and we have to address these homelessness problems, and we have to address these housing problems, and this is a start in that direction.
Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. This is, again, another one of those very challenging discussions. And to be honest, everybody's been right around the table. Everybody's made good comments, and everybody's got their own view based on what they've read in the submissions and what they think should happen with council housing and how a council should approach it. The part that I get frustrated with is that, first off, I was part of a council that, as Councillor Ackland referred to, failed to do the increases. And I put my hand up, and some others around the table should as well, for not supporting an increase at that time. But I also go back, it seems like every annual plan, or especially long-term plan, we keep making these decisions. We're voting on them and they're passing. So back in 2021, amends the 2021-31 revenue and financing policy for community housing to be rates revenue of 10% and other revenue at 90%. Many of those councillors around that voted for that are around this table and are now saying, no, we can't do that. And I can understand, because it would be 26% increase. But the part that I get frustrated with is you want to move the goalposts every time. And that's really frustrating for everybody. I understand the purpose of a 4.6 or a 3% increase. I get it. But community housing should not be a bottomless pit for council to invest in. And I'm sorry, we've got a great portfolio, we've invested in it. We go back to the last long-term plan. Decides that council include 20 million in the 10-year plan to build more community housing, being $2 million per annum over the 10-year period. At that time, what they also didn't tell a lot of the residents, we had a $700,000 shortfall that then came on top of the 2 million. So when we start looking at the budgets, we look at the costs. We actually have to say, what is the policy and how are we going to stick to it? But I can tell you, I'm speaking against myself here, because I wouldn't support a 26% increase if we had stuck to the 90-10. But I do support 11%.
So there's a few things, the comments to be made here, because life is about balance. And the thing is, we are nowhere near market rents on these properties. We have struck a balance to get the rents that we charge our social tenants down to less than half of market. And furthermore, if they are eligible for an increase in their accommodation supplement, they can apply to do that. So the place for means testing for their accommodation rests with the government, with the Ministry of Social Development. And so they will be assessed there and can get an increase in their supplement. Now, it's all very well for us to want to keep these rents as low as possible, but the as has been pointed out, the no change in the rental policy through the 90s, through the 2000s, meant that we are now in a very difficult position. And so the rents do need to go up. As costs rise every year, so too, we have to increase the rates and the prices. And it's completely unfair to be having no or very low increase on these rents when everyone else in the community, including those who are paying market rent or some portion thereof, and other people who are struggling in their own rented accommodation and have no access to our community houses because we've only got so few of them, 1,000, which is still nowhere near enough to meet the market or the demand. It's unfair on them it's very unfair for the other people to have to pay the 17.5% increase in rates and then possibly increase that even more to help subsidise a certain section of the community. Now, that section of the community, let me repeat, is able to access an increase in their accommodation supplement. Furthermore, the rents that we're charging are well less than 30%, or less than 30%. That was between 20 and 30% of their income. It's not as though we're asking for 50, 60, 70% of their income. We're not. It works out in less than 30% of their income. So it's not an unfair rent that we're charging. And combined with that, we are also upgrading and maintaining and doing repairs to that accommodation. So it's no wonder that there's a year or so waiting list. It's no wonder that I had a call from someone who'd moved away from one of these flats to another part of the country, north of Christchurch, I believe, and then he called me last week wanting a spot in a council flat. Because naturally, that's the best deal he could possibly get, and probably throughout the country. And there would be huge demand, and as we have heard from actual figures, we're one of the cheapest rental places in the country, for those people. So we are providing a very good facility for the people that need it, but it's important also that we keep it sustainable. We work towards keeping it sustainable. We're not getting back to sustainability with this increase, but we're getting part of the way there. And it's very important for all the rest of the ratepayers, who are the majority of the people in our community who are paying that subsidy, that they can see that there's a balance to this equation. So we'll take the vote by division, please.
Councillor Ackland?
Aye.
Councillor Barker?
No.
Councillor Benson Pope?
No.
Councillor Gary?
No.
Councillor Houlihan?
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso?
No.
Councillor Lucas?
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem?
No.
Councillor O'Malley?
No.
Councillor Vandervis?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
No.
Councillor Wetherill?
Aye.
Councillor Wiley?
Yes.
Mayor Raddick?
Yes.
We have a tie for
The casting vote.
casting vote.
Yes.
That's carried.
Yes, well, I exercise my casting vote. Yes.
You need to say, though, out loud so
Yes.
it's on the record.
Yes.
I'm on the microphone.
Yeah.
So, yes, I'll exercise my casting vote and the motion will be passed.
Yes, carried 8-7.
And at this stage, I'll move that we adjourn for lunch. If we come back at 2 o'clock. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Councillor Fiso will be here in due course. Shall we resume? And the first thing I'd like to do is move that we extend the meeting beyond 6 hours. Okay, seconded Councillor Wiley. All those in favour say aye. Anyone against? Good. So, the next agenda item is number 23, hockey turfs. I say turfs plural because there's two of them. Which do you want? Which one? Option 1, 2, 3, or 4. Option. All right. Firstly, we'll take see if there's any questions. No prefacing comments, I imagine. No. But do we have? Has anyone got any questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you. I just have a question around, and I don't know if I asked this last time, about what's the status of the Logan Park master plan?
We've brought the draft proposal to council that's been approved to go out for a public consultation.
So have the hockey Otago or whatever it is, have they got the opportunity to submit to that as well? Because I'm just concerned that there's kind of two processes going on at the same time, and if we confirm something today, then are we preempting the master plan for Logan Park?
I think the hockey turf's going to be at Logan Park either way, so it won't impact it from that point of view, and I don't think they can't apply for funding for their turf through the management plan.
And can I just try and understand the urgency of getting the turf replaced? I guess I'm looking at this in light of we moved the 10-year plan to now be a 9-year plan to be next year, and I'm just wondering if there is urgency around making this decision or whether it can be delayed till the long term, the 9-year plan.
Thank you, Councillor. The Otago Hockey have identified it as becoming a health and safety risk. The last national tournament they had, they indicated afterwards that due to the state of the turf, they'd be reluctant to hold another one down here again until until hockey are able to replace the turfs.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of initial questions. Firstly, around the I think they're called Tier 1 competitions that New Zealand Hockey host, and of course there's multiple economic benefits that would accrue from having those. Is there any sense of how often they occur and how likely they're going to come here? And I guess the second question is answered because there's limited facilities. We'd probably jump up that ladder if we do progress with this.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we have been identified when we have 3 suitable turfs as being a preferable destination for those kind of tournaments. Having the 3 in relatively close proximity is definitely something that's looked favourably upon. As far as how often, it comes down to how successful we are bidding when they put out the rounds for the tournaments that are coming up.
And the second question is around the from my basic maths, the very heavily subsidised parking spaces. I think I'd worked it out at 25 cents a day. Is that just, I mean, again, we're committing to retention of those 35 parks. There's no suggestion of reducing, increasing. And did that very low number, I guess, just emanate as part of that initial lease agreement?
There hasn't been any discussion with hockey as far as removing car parks from them or how that number came about to how much we charge per park.
And I know the answer to this, but I'll ask it anyway. Isn't it fair for us, or do you agree that it's the case that over the years hockey have come to us bemoaning the amount of parking space available, and probably for good reason on particular days?
The area that the hockey turf is located is heavily used by people that live around the area. Yeah.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Just following on from Councillor Barker's question. So if I understand the health and safety issue about upgrading the turf, but if we chose not to upgrade, put funding in this year for it to be obviously upgraded in the off season. That's obviously the ideal for them. What does that mean for next year? I've read various comments in submission, so I'm not sure what actually does that mean for next year if we decide to defer the decision overall to look at all of the competing funding issues for the 9-year plan and also all of our sporting facilities.
It would go back to hockey to do a condition assessment and then a risk analysis on the safety for their players, whether they come to us and ask for grass fields for certain games or if they persist to play on the field that they have deemed as relatively unsafe.
So they haven't indicated whether that would be the case, because obviously that would be for the hockey season this time next year. So they haven't indicated if we don't give them the funding that would in fact happen.
They indicated that if we didn't give them the funding, they'd be coming to us asking for 20 grass fields to be prepared for their junior and lower grade adult games, which we would struggle to meet as our fields are at capacity with other sports already.
I thought that was the case, but I couldn't find the exact submission where that was because it's not actually an Otago hockey submission, and I couldn't work out where I'd read that. The other question, you haven't had conversations with hockey in terms of what fees they would expect to pay. I'm conscious that that does seem to be other sporting codes pay. Doesn't, and it goes to Councillor Walker's comment is that hockey, we've already been very supportive of hockey, and I'm just thinking going forward, I would think there would be an expectation that there would be a greater user pays by hockey. Have you had that conversation?
No, we haven't yet, but...
But I have. And so I rang Otago Hockey last week and proofing this report and suggested that on this basis what they are being charged would need to be reviewed, and they are fully aware that that's a likely outcome, that increased charges from them will be required if council go with this.
So that wouldn't be in the budget? That's not in our 24-25 budget?
No, not as yet, no. But they did also highlight, and that's partly why in here there's a suggestion that we need to look at ground rental charges generally, that there's a degree of inequity across sports fields generally. So hockey pointed out to me, and this is just information, not a judgment, but that they pay $70,000 a year themselves for lighting the turf to enable games to be played, whereas some football games that use our facilities, we provide the lighting. So,
and one last question. So if we took over the turf, my concern is, and I'm not sure exactly what Otago Hockey's entity is, my concern is, does that then preclude Otago Hockey's ability to apply for grants in respect of the turf? Because obviously as City Council we can't apply for any, from Otago Community Trust, lotteries, other funding providers.
Being our asset, I don't think they could apply for funding to do any work on our asset.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you. I think that's actually just more or less been addressed in the last set of questions, because my question really was, what's Football South paying for the rental on the 2 turfs that it has? And do we factor into account that by providing the turf surfaces, we're not providing the grass fields and the operational costs of maintaining the grass fields? Where does that sit into the whole mix there?
So Football South hire, they pay a fee for the season based on, and it doesn't differentiate between if it's a grass field or a turf, or whether it has lights or doesn't have lights. The only differentiation in the charges is if there's changing rooms that we provide, and if there is, there's an increased cost. Otherwise, it's the same for all of them, which is what Sandy's alluded to there, is the inequity for some of the fields. Sorry, I forgot the second part of your question.
Well, actually, it was more. So basically, you're telling me that they pay the same for using the turf as you do for a grass field out at Grants Barrows. That's an interesting. relationship.
Hence the reason we've suggested that a review of ground rentals needs to be undertaken, because they're clearly getting different things for different money, right?
No, I think it probably was the operational cost of maintaining a grass field versus if you've got a turf.
It depends what the grass field's been used for. Obviously, cricket takes a lot more cost to maintain for that sport than it does for football, than it does for rugby. And the turfs have their own cost, but it all gets encapsulated in our green space budget with Delta.
A hockey field is going to be more like the cricket end of the spectrum for requirements for flatness and shortness of grass, right?
Yeah, for grass fields, I agree, it would be higher than football and rugby, but probably less than cricket. Yep.
If we're of a mind to move this on to another time to making the decision, I don't know if we do or not, is it possible to get that maintenance cost? Because that is relevant in terms of if you've got a capital cost around a turf field and yet it frees up 4 grass fields, you've got that operational savings over there, which I think makes it's important for our decision making. If we can get that sometime in the future. Thanks.
Right. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, and forgive me if I missed this in the papers, but I was interested to know, do we have the figures for the economic contribution of the national tournaments to the Dunedin economy?
Thank you, Councillor. We don't have a dollar amount, but we had participant nights equivalent.
Yes, I saw the participant nights. I was interested if there was any other figures around that. No. And thank you. And so the other question I had was somewhere in the submissions, I just couldn't find it in my notes, there was comment around the inequity in terms of what the players have to pay. And I wondered about how that compared with other sporting codes. And some of the families talked about, being 2 income families and finding it really hard to pay for their kids' fees to play hockey at a really high level.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can comment on what Hockey Charge is a organisation, and I'm not sure I would assume that if they didn't have the turf that they could lower their fees, but we haven't had that discussion with them, and I'm not sure how it compares to the likes of other sports.
Thank you. And can I just check, there was comment about a marquee event. I mean, presumably it's a marquee, but what does that mean in terms of tournaments and things?
Marquee event could be, in my discussions I had with hockey, they said that we'd be able to be looked at for potential to have international games down here if we redid the turf and moved the sideline slightly over to allow the appropriate distance between fields.
Thank you, that was helpful. And I did notice comment about one player who dislocated their shoulder, they'd slipped and dislocated their shoulder. Do we know, from a health and safety perspective, the accident rate or anything? Is there any stats on that? Because they've talked about being a health and safety risk.
We haven't been provided that, but we can go to hockey and ask them to give us that information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just thinking about the $1 million capital was actually put in the draft budget, wasn't it? So were the operational costs put in the draft budget as well? And were any income that would defray those operational costs put in the draft budget? So there's just, because looking on page 39 and it's got $41,000 as the budget impact, but I just wondered about what the breakdown of that was, because there was the lease cost of the $9,500, and is that anything to do with any of the, like a credit against the operational cost or not, or is that just like a separate item?
So the 41 was going to be just for maintenance for this year. Once it's like the operating cost of it, like the water and stuff, has been a water turf and things like that. But we hadn't, as far as I'm aware, adjusted the amount that we're going to get for the lease. So we hadn't dropped that down, assuming that their lease, so they're leasing less land from us, that would drop. We hadn't accounted for that yet until we had negotiated the new lease.
And just adding to that, some of it's maintenance cost, but a good chunk of that money will be depreciation and interest. Because we have to depreciate the asset over the 10 years.
Oh, I kind of meant that this is the operational cost, but it's like how are we defraying it? Because obviously, I don't know when hockey starts. I'm assuming it's not July, but there would be some income in perhaps maybe hockey starts in May. I don't quite know. Maybe there's a couple of months of income there against that $41,000. It's just the impact because we are looking line by line at the moment, but we don't have clarification or perhaps enough figures on this to understand that. Would that be correct?
Yeah, we don't have a direct income source, but we still have the income that we get from the current lease in the budget.
Oh, yeah, I guess when we've been talking about how much does football or rugby pay to hire the fields, that was that kind of ballpark, literally, figure. And I guess my other question is around, we've talked about, do we have the grass fields available for 20 fields? And I just kind of wanted to understand, because obviously this is $1 million capital cost, if we have any nice flat fields around that could be converted to hockey, because I understand that the part of the thinking behind putting the artificial turfs in was that it saved a number of grass fields, but do we have the opportunity to put grass fields back? Do we actually have the capacity? Do we have the land?
So we've got 150 sports fields, winter sports playing fields, and they're split between football and rugby. So if we were to have to find those 20 fields, it would be to the detriment of those other sports, and would drive up costs of the other fields because they'll be getting used more. So we'd have to pay more in maintenance for the fields that are being used more for rugby and football training amongst that. So it would have a flow-on effect.
And do we have a figure for how often those fields are used, or are they pretty much all on demand, all on a nice Saturday afternoon?
Yeah, it kind of starts on a Saturday morning because it's the same thing they all wanted at the same time, kind of like a lot of our facilities.
Great. Where am I going? Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I remember I noted that one of the submissions asked a very relevant question, which was, do we know why, when the hockey turf was first established, and I wasn't around local government then, why the long-term maintenance and replacement was catered for?
Why it wasn't catered for by hockey? Scott's got an answer for that, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I might be able to answer that. So my work with Otago Hockey is they always did provide for that, but the ongoing challenge is they apply for funding grants through gaming charities and other sources. That's both for their operation as an entity, but also funding the ongoing maintenance. And what they really struggled with was funding depreciation. So they funded the maintenance, and these turfs have gone over their kind of use by date, the nominal sort of 10 years. So they've kept up with the maintenance, but being able to take a big chunk of their operational funding and put it aside each year has been really challenging. And that's why since the inception of the turfs many years ago, councils pretty much funded that each 10-year cycle.
And would that be the case across different codes, Mr. McLean?
Well, I think this is the only major sporting code that currently provides their own facilities. We always provided the hockey facilities until the turfs were built. So they're really the only major code that does that. We provide the rest of them.
So then my next question is, if we were to go ahead with the recommendation that what's in the budget, how are we going to provide for the replacement of these, presumably through depreciation, but are we confident that we are catering for that going forward?
Yes, we've got in the budget to depreciate over 15 years. I think it was.
Music to my ears, thank you.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. It's my recollection that last time around, Otago Hockey had the Dunedin City Council as a sort of funding mechanism to support the turf upgrade previously, back in 2012, 2009, 2012, and now council doesn't go through that process. Is that, am I correct in recalling that?
Yeah, and I'll get this. Yes, council underwrote the money that hockey needed to upgrade the turfs themselves. We now try not to use council as an underwriter for community groups. If this council wishes to do something differently, they can provide us with that direction. But it presents some challenging options if the community group were to default, for example.
Thank you. That was my recollection as well. And the second question I've got is that we're not sure what's under the turf and being replaced, hence why there's such a broad range in figure. Because I guess until you lift the turf, you don't know what the sub base is. And that's really impacting that cost between 650 and 900,000 plus, correct?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, that's correct. We won't know the true cost until we lift it up. So it's been budgeted at the high end of what it could cost, but there is potential that the underlay will be usable for another 10 to 15 years once it's visible.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Going back to the questions about if the hockey was played on grass fields over turf, is the maintenance of a grass field similar to the maintenance of turf? I'm just trying to think from a council perspective.
I'd have to confirm, but from what I understand, it's a lot cheaper to maintain a turf than it is to maintain a grass field.
That's what I would have thought. And I just looked at the fees and charges that we've got that we've obviously got to adopt later on, and I, from the conversation before, and I imagine unless we change our current fees and charges policy, this would fit under sports ground winter codes, which includes hockey, and it's an enclosed field with facilities. We're talking of, for the season, $1,180 per field. So therefore, Otago Hockey would hire the field for the two fields for the season, so the income to us would only be $2,500 or not even. Is that correct?
Under the current scenario, but I have had a conversation with Otago Hockey directly and suggested that given the increased amenity that they would be getting and the fact that if this went ahead on the base, that we would need to have a very different conversation about how much income we would expect to get.
I would agree. And I also understand, and unfortunately I must have left my keynotes behind from my source at hockey, that the hockey players currently pay a development levy as part of their subs or fees to Otago Hockey, which is obviously the intention for redeveloping the turf. So they must have some money somewhere, I imagine, in a bank account, I would have thought. They can't have spent it all on the King's turf because that's relatively new. So I'm just wondering what happens to that, and if we're, are they not paying for some of the upgrade, I guess is my question.
In the option one, they wouldn't be paying any for the current upgrade. I'm not sure if that development's gone into player development as well as physical development. It's just generic, so it could be either.
All right. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. My questions, I've got three, I think, are around the suggestion of having an equitable approach to charges across various sports facilities, which I don't think anyone would disagree, that's a good thing. First question would it be fair my understanding, do you think it's a fair analysis that we currently have, what I've written down here is a mishmash of different costs and services leading to inequities between sports currently?
Sorry,
do we have a mishmash of different costs? And yeah, okay, two people nodding behind you. And is it also fair of me to suggest that the problems highlighted by hockey, whether they be things like high usage, access to external funding, again apply to other sports?
Yes, definitely would. Hockey if they have 2,700 players across 3 turfs, 900 players per turf. For example, whereas football spread there 7,300 players across 95 fields, so it's about 77 players per field. So their high usage comment probably comes from that.
I think it's fair to agree, though, don't you, that everyone who comes here as a sporting code thinks that the sport is the most important. That's by the point. The final question is around that the quantum of what they currently have, and I think we've all been down there. And where do we get the quantum of 20 fields if we don't do it? Just to me, it just seems like a lot of fields to cover off what they've currently got there. And a subsequent question to that is if it would be fair to assume also that if, for example, we're using fields that are previously days before being used for rugby, where rugby boys and girls have been running around, it's quite unsuitable to have that interchanging going on continuously.
That's correct. There'd have to be almost dedicated hockey fields for the winter period.
Where does the quantum of 20 come from?
That's the number they've supplied that they'll be requesting. Yeah.
All right. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. So, and I assume we're talking about the place in it's in 4th Street, isn't it, this area, just to clarify. So there's an area there where they've got like a restaurant or cafe type place and toilet block, and there's a hockey shop in there. Who owns that part of the building? Is that us or is that them?
That's Otago Hockey's.
Microphone.
If this deal goes ahead, will we then take over ownership of that as well? Or they retain that ownership?
They would retain that ownership and pay a lease for the land that's on.
Are there any further questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Now, Councillor Wiley. So Councillor Wiley's indicated enthusiasm for option 1, the recommended option. Do we have that seconded by Councillor O'Malley? Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Thank you. Otago Hockey have gone from strength to strength over the last 10, 15 years. Their numbers have grown, and when you go down there and see a national tournament, you actually see how popular hockey is and the buzz around it. Not only that, is Otago are actually the current champions, having won the last 2 years, so that's a big plus. But it's not just the elite hockey, it's the schools tournament. And we saw in the stats that last year the schools tournament bought 4,000 bed nights. The tournament prior, the national tournament, had 7,000 bed nights. There are 2,700 players, as we've heard, and they play over 130 hours of hockey across the turfs. Now, just to respond to Councillor Walker, I guess the reason why those number of hours in the 20 turfs is because they play a lot of early morning under lights and late at night under lights. And so otherwise you would be only playing through a certain period of day with the if you were going across 20 turf fields. The part that really I look at is the fact that Otago Hockey have been good, have well maintained their turfs to get as many years as they have out of those 2 turfs, 2009 and 2012, shows actually how much care they've taken with them and how much they cherish the usage. I have heard from, when I've been down there at a couple of events, that literally they are on the skin of their teeth. It is the last straw with the turfs, and if we did push this out, it would have a huge impact not only on the local playing, but also on any potential of events. There is a $15,000 per annum turf grooming in the budget that we're looking at, but I go back to when my son was probably, 8 or 10, playing hockey on grass fields down at Logan Park. His hockey career was very short. After a ball came ripping along, it hit a rut and basically took him out in the cheek. So let's just say, when you look at the equality for hockey, especially playing on the turf or playing on grass, the experience is dramatically different. So there is a health and safety risk. And I'm sorry, I don't see a plan B in this, that we do have to get on and do it. And I will be obviously seeking your support.
Councillor Walker.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the mover and seconder. Excuse me. It sounds like there's a lot of coughing going on today. Very worrying in the current COVID times. As I asked or alluded to in question times, it does sound like we do have a wee bit of a mishmash of different costs and services, which has led to inequities across sports, whether that's paying for lights, parking, ground rental, etc., etc., etc. Therefore, I definitely agree about the staff proposal that a review of existing ground rental charges be undertaken, so that we can, hit on an equitable approach to charges across all of the various sports facilities. In the submissions, supporters suggested that the investment is justified, and probably quite rightly, due to the high usage of the turfs and the benefits they bring to the city, which I think have been clearly laid out, including economic and social advantages. But that does potentially apply to other sports as well. And I think it's, again, as I mentioned or asked in questions, I think it is fair to suggest that the problems highlighted by hockey apply to other sporting codes. I think I'm moving to support this. I mean, I probably was going to always and haven't been swayed not to. I think the advantages as listed in the papers are compelling, but come with a wee bit of a caveat. The advantages, of course, gives the DCC the opportunity to undertake, and this is the most important one for me, an integrated planning approach of the recreational assets at Logan Park, and decision-making ability for reserve management planning on the future use of the site. I know we are working well towards that goal. Obviously, it allows that competition hockey, which is what we all want. We as a city take pride when things of a national or international nature hit this town, whether it's Women's World Cup or under 17 football competitions. Thank you, Councillor Barker, for using the word football earlier. When you were about to use the S word. Also, importantly, doesn't impinge on. And I was interested about that quantum, about the 20. As opposed to 2 around that sport, the grass fields capacity, because it seems like quite a lot. But thank you, Councillor Wiley, for probably mostly clearing that question up. And that tier 1 stuff is obviously important. It must be fairly agonising as the sporting body, knowing or not knowing you have the ability to have those premier events, which not only bring economic benefit, but I think they bring benefit to extant hockey players, because I don't think that can ever be understated, seeing excellent players from elsewhere coming along and you get to experience playing hockey with them. And all those advantages have been well flagged, and staff have presented what I think ultimately is a sensible suggestion moving forward. But I will caution that we need to look holistically at all sporting codes using Logan Park, so the best outcomes accrue not only to hockey but to all sporting codes in that area.
Councillor Houlihan, then I've got Councillors O'Malley, Vandervis and Gary.
Thank you. Yes, I'll be supporting this motion because it's already in the budget, as I understand it. And also, my son used to play hockey down there and we loved it. It was really good. And I've got a friend whose son is in the New Zealand hockey team, and they came down a few years ago now. But I certainly agree that it's a benefit if we've got a hockey team. Once you've got it there, it's difficult to take it away, because so many people use it. When we were there playing, there was numerous school groups playing. I mean, it's once again, dare I say it, but an extremely difficult place to get a car park. But it's a very busy site. And it's clearly used a lot. I mean, I drive past there most days, probably every day actually, and it is very, very busy. So it's well used. And that's obviously part of the problem. It's been so well used that it now needs to be replaced. But it will bring benefit to the city, the fact that all those people who use that facility will be able to continue using it. And of course, we can now then be able to continue having international teams visit, which is a great asset to our city because they stay here and use our facilities and things. So I will support this.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting this largely because if you look out today and you try to play a winter ball game in Dunedin, as my youth will tell me when it came to football, you're not going to be a very skilled player by the end of the season in Dunedin if you're using grass fields. And that's actually that's something to realise. The other one is that the operational costs that go to the maintenance of the grass fields needs to be compared against the turf fields, and I do believe there is quite a substantial operational savings to be made there. I think what this has highlighted, and it's been brought up in a number of speeches, is we haven't actually gone across all the codes and worked out a uniform relationship with them and us. But to put this off another year would actually probably compromise the ability of those turf fields to play properly, be used properly, so that we have to decide it this year. And as I said, I think because we're Dunedin as much as anything else, turf fields are actually really important for both hockey and football, and we probably we also need to move forward into a proper strategic plan about what kind of investments we're going to put into these kind of fields. But in the interim, I'd be happy enough to go with this as it sits.
Councillor Vandevers.
Councillor O'Malley has just highlighted the need for us to have a uniform relationship across all the codes, and I agree entirely. Councillor Wiley has said we do have to get on and do it. I disagree. We don't have to get on and spend it this year, as it is actually unaffordable. It's more debt spending. We shouldn't be doing that. We should look at this again next year in the context of the 9-year plan, and in the context, as Councillor O'Malley has suggested, of having a proper uniform relationship across all the codes. For hockey to have slipped in ahead of the queue, so to speak, in this way, is something that I've seen happen far too often over many years in this council. The hockey turf will still work until next year. It might not be quite as good. There may be some issues with it, but I think that it's at least 10-year turf that we're looking at, and that we should be looking at that in the context of the 9-year plan next year, and take $1 million off the immediate cost that we simply can't afford now.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you. And for Councillor Weatherall's sake from earlier, I was a hockey player, but actually that doesn't mean I favour a particular course of action. What it does is informs me a little bit, or a large amount, depending on where you're up to. And I used to play on grass and not turf, so I don't feel very informed about that at all, just saying. I can't recall who said it, but it was a comment around we get a lot of codes coming and saying, you know, this is a situation we're in. I'd coin it as hardly done by, but I relate that to being passionate about their particular sporting codes, and I admire that. I think that's really great in the city to have people so passionate about the sport that they play, and we know how important that is for our young people. One of the things that I'm a little uncomfortable about is it doesn't seem to me that we've interrogated some of the information, and I take the 20 fields as one example, and the health and safety in terms of stats, and it would have been good to have had that in the economic contribution in terms of amount. However, having said that, on the basis of this being an investment in the city and wearing my Deputy Chair Economic Development hat, I can see the benefits in terms of national tournaments and growing international hockey players. I can see that. And I also think, for me, the mantra of look after what you've got is a good way to go in these times before we start new stuff. And so I'm pleased to hear that we have certainly built in depreciation to look to when we're in this position again, so that we have got a plan for replacement. That's really important. But I'll end on the importance of us having a holistic approach and an equitable approach to all sporting codes across the city, and I look forward to that Logan Park plan in terms of that. And for us, many times we have these problems of decision making in the sequence in the chicken and egg, and that is difficult, and sometimes we've just got to grab the bull by the horns and just make a decision. So I think this is one of those intersections where we just have to make a decision. So I'll be supporting it on that basis.
Very good. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. If this motion is successful, I intend to move a subsequent motion requesting that staff work with Otago Hockey to set appropriate fees and charges for 2024, because I don't believe I don't think it is, because I don't believe that the fees and charges schedule that we're yet to debate and adopt reflects what I think the expectation that we expect that for Otago Hockey to be paying going forward if we take over the hockey turfs. I do note in the report that previously, before the turfs, the hockey used to play on 28 fields of grass fields, so I think their estimate of 20 fields is probably not unrealistic. And they have obviously cared for their turf, both of the turfs, very well, when I understand that they usually have a 10-year life, and one was redone in 2009 and the other in 2012, so we're talking 15 and 12 years respectively. But I would like that to signal to Otago Hockey that their King's turf, which obviously come 2030 something, when it's due for replacement, I don't think the DCC would be the automatic place to come to when that turf is requiring funding. That I think we need to signal very strongly to Otago Hockey that our expectation is that they need to be providing for depreciation and the ability to be able to fund that going forward. And I am aware already that there are capacity issues with the existing grass fields when it comes to things like rugby and football, and then to put the additional pressure of hockey to be requiring on that. And the fact that a lot of our hockey games, as Councillor Wiley said, are played at night under lights, and we have children playing late under nights as it is, and it is extremely well used. I am aware that there's, of all of our, apart from the Edgar Centre probably, of all of our sporting facilities, it is probably the next well used. But it is. I hear you, Councillor Gary. It is challenging. I don't know that we necessarily have got possibly all the information possibly to make the best decision, and I am very challenged over this, because I hear Councillor van der Vis is that I do believe that they are effectively, in your words, queue jumping in terms of the 9-year plan. But I also hear, and I've read the submissions, and I'm aware that most of those submissions are from hockey players because I recognise the names. There is a health and safety issue. I do hear that too.
I'll just make a couple of quick points. I think one of the things with having this facility, and I think it needs to be called a facility as opposed to a field, because going down the track of a field, talking about $1,100 for the use of a field is quite different. But if it's measured on the basis of 28 fields times $1,100, that might be getting closer to it. But even so, this is quite a significant facility and quite a significant increase in investment for the sport. However, it does make for very efficient playing of the game of hockey because it can be used game after game. So it can maximise the use, so it's much more like a basketball court. And we've seen how the facility, having good facilities for basketball, especially at the Edgar Centre, has led to, or has certainly contributed to, a lot of growth in basketball. And if there's one thing that we need to be encouraging our youth to participate in, it is sport. And the safety aspect was well canvassed by Councillor Wiley, who talked about his son with a ball bouncing up off a field and hitting him on the face when a hockey ball travels very quickly. So, it's easy to see where that additional safety would come from, and you've got a more predictable path, so you're much less likely to have broken ankles and various other injuries from it. So, because of that, although similarly I'm torn, I think the 10-year plan would be a good place to sort all these things out, but it's right here, right now, where the need is the issue. So, having said that, I'll hand it over to your right of reply, Councillor Wiley.
Yep, thank you. You'll just notice it's Cherry's words have been added, so it is amended as a total package. The key comments I just want to mention, hockey just slipped in. Actually, it didn't. They were here last year and they got told to come back this year. Last year they highlighted the urgency of the turf being upgraded and the requirements. And unfortunately, you can't just keep putting off investment in artificial turfs, because once they start deteriorating, they deteriorate very, very quickly. They get, floors get exposed in the turf, and all of a sudden, things happen. Probably the key thing also to be noted, it is about the future use of Logan Park. And I think that having that wider approach to Logan Park and how we can actually get better use of it is also going to be a bigger piece of the puzzle. So all of that, happy to put it.
Righto. So I think we'll just put the motion. See how it's. Do you want division? Okay, so we'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhen.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Wetherell.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried 13 votes to 1.
Item 24. No, we've only been going an hour. Yep. Te Hura, the Otago Museum. Funding options, maybe. I move that we recess for 5 minutes to consider a couple of things and have a quick walk around. Seconded, Councillor Lafiso. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Sorry. Councillors, if I could have your attention for a moment, please. I move that we move into non-public for reasons of commercial sensitivity so that we can discuss elements of item 24. Seconded Councillor Fiso. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. So there's a range of issues we do need to talk about, and they are very commercially sensitive. So. So this might take us a wee while, or 5 o'clock, depending on how we go. So, item 24, museum funding. So, are there any questions? Councillor Gary.
Ms Mikaira, I wonder if you could outline how the proposed 4.3% increase relates to what we are required by the Act to pay.
We are required by the Act to pay the same amount that we paid the previous year, or increase it or we can increase it how we want. Usually we've done that with CPI, or there have been some years where we haven't increased.
Can you remind us what we paid last year?
In 23-24, we paid $4,876,212.
And what was that in terms of a percentage increase? Yes. Not on rates, on each year we've paid a percentage increase to the levy. Do we know what the percentage was last year? I just don't recall, I'm sorry.
Yes, we'll get someone else to do that.
Is it? Thank you.
Is it?
Percentage. It was a resolution that Councillor Benson Pope moved, I recall, and it would have been a percentage increase. Just be good to compare it.
The year previous, we paid $4,644,012. So someone just needs to work out what the increase was.
It was a 5% increase.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. So I had a second question. Could you just, for the benefit of those who might be watching this, explain, I know it's in the papers, but explain the Act and the levy that's paid for by different councils and what we pay in relation to what we're required to pay. Could you just outline that for us? Sorry.
So the Act requires that DCC, Clutha District Council, Waitaki and Central Otago all contribute to the Otago Museum's funding by paying a levy. The mechanism by which the levy is paid is outlined as part of the Otago Museum Trust Board Act. It's quite a complicated levy, and it requires we go back to the beginning of the very first levy payment and calculate from that point on. And over the years, it looks as though different councils at different times have calculated it in different ways. And one council continues to calculate in a particular different way. But it also looks like over the years, some of those councils have caught up on previous payments that weren't calculated correctly, and when there is anything left in the calculation still to be paid, the DCC covers that payment. So we pay our levy and then we cover anything that isn't being paid across the other councils.
And finally, thank you for that explanation. Do I recall that Queenstown pays a contribution, although they don't have to under the Act? Is that correct?
This is correct.
Could you also tell us how the percentage increase of 4.3% was arrived at?
So as part of the Act, every year the Otago Museum has to forward us their proposed draft annual plan. As part of their proposed draft annual plan, they give an amount that they want each council to pay. We took the difference between the amount that we paid according to their annual plan, we took the difference between the amount that we paid in the previous year and the amount that they wanted us to pay this year, and that difference in their annual plan is 4.3%.
And can you explain, or can you tell us how that compares to the increase that we're supplying to our galleries, our wholly owned galleries, such as the DPAG and Toitu, etc.?
I'd have to go to... It's a difficult question to answer because of how the levy is calculated here, and we run a different operating model. And so it's a difficult comparison to make.
Well, only if we have a number to compare. But anyway, that's all right. Next question is from Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at pages 50 and 51 and just trying to tease out what's happened over the last 5 years. I think it looks like we've upped the payment by around $200,000 every year except for one, perhaps, and that looks like maybe it was a COVID year. So was that? Well, did we just give them what they asked us for? I'm just trying to think. My memory's failing me on that one. Or was it what we legislated to pay? That's what I'm trying to understand the difference for, is what fee are we legislated to pay versus what are they asking us for? I know.
So we always pay what we're legislatively required to pay. On top of that, we have paid, some years we haven't paid, an increase. I would have to go back and look at some of the other questions that you had around those earlier payments.
My next question is just, I noticed that it was in 2019 that the shortfall to the museum levy, which started at $67,000 and now is $75,000, is that because is it a number of councils that aren't paying their levies, or is it which council isn't paying?
I'm happy to answer that. The Clutha District Council calculate their levy differently, but it's in line with the Act, and they got some advice and we've started showing it differently, I think, from the year you identified, Councillor. So it is Clutha, and the way the Act is framed up, we're required to make up a shortfall, but I think we can't say that they're not paying the correct amount.
I'm just having trouble understanding that they're paying the levy that they've calculated. Are we paying the difference? Oh no, I really can't understand this. So they're calculating their levy at a different amount to what someone else is calculating it at, and are we paying the difference? Is that?
Yep. Yes, so there is a calculation, they have an interpretation of that calculation, and they're going with that calculation. Under the Act, whatever the shortfall is across all the councils, the DCC is required to pay that. And so because they are calculated in a particular way, there's always going to be a shortfall from that point on, of which under the Act the DCC is required to pay.
My next question is just around the Matariki grant, which starts in 21, then goes at 18,000, then goes to 20,000 in 22 and 20,000 in 2023. It hasn't come through the grants subcommittee, so I just want to understand some of the background around that. And I know they've been delivering an event, the lovely event on the lighting up, and I just want to understand how that works.
Yes, so that grant has come, we've called all of these things grants. I don't think any of them have come through the grants committee, but that grant came about through what initially was the Matariki Fund that grants have, that the grants team, not the grants, events have in their budget. And at the first one that went, when was that, 2021, there was some leftover money from previous years because of COVID in the events budget, and we spent some of that on a Matariki event for with the museum as a partnership event, and then from that point on, Events has continued to fund that or provide funding for that Matariki event at the museum, but not this year.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering whether it was a purchase of goods and service, or if it was a grant SLA. So is it a service level agreement, or is it the semantics probably don't matter if it's not in this budget currently.
It was for the event that was the lighting up of the museum. No, no, it's not happening this year, partly because of the logistics and where mana whenua are choosing to celebrate Matariki across the province. That's right, isn't it? Yeah.
All right, you got it? All done? Yeah. Councillor, great. Councillor Houlihan, and then followed by Councillors Walker, Gilbert, Lofiso and Wiley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Now, I'm just is it correct what you were saying before, that we can't pay them anything less than what we've paid them before? So I think what our finance chief was saying before was that last year we paid them 5%. Is that correct, Carolyn?
Correct, the increase was 5%.
So does that mean we can't, under the Act, we can't pay them anything less than that?
What it means is we can't pay them any less than the actual amount that we paid, which isn't 5%. I think it was something like 4 point something million. Yeah, I think it was slightly more than that by the time you add in the additional money. 4.8 maybe, Carolyn? I can't.
Yes, it's 4.8. It's on page 45 of the report. There's a table on paragraph 12 that shows what the levy is.
All right. Councillor Walker.
Yep, thank you. If we decide to go with the recommended option, one of the advantages is listed as provide staff with the time to develop long-term plan as part of the 9-year plan, so yet another 9-year plan piece of work. I don't know who wants to give me an answer to this, but what do you envision that generally looking like, or what do you want it to achieve?
So we have met, some of finance and myself have met with the finance team at the museum and the director, and we have had a really frank conversation around sort of sustainable funding going forward. We were aware, and you know, that this is going to take some time. We needed to have a look at what other so all of the metro museums are governed by acts, which also manage their funding, and so it was another part of this is to look at what happens elsewhere, and to kind of understand, you know, what pressure our governors could put on the government in terms of, you know, repealing some of that legislation that might actually bring this situation into more balance. So that was one. That's been an ongoing conversation between the director and myself. You know, we've talked about that. But another option was to think about and look at shared costs across the organisation. Our organisation, what things perhaps could come into the DCC. We've talked about lots of different things, but that's going to take a little bit of time, and we didn't have that sort of time before the annual plan to really think about what that could look like. But we've started to have those discussions, and we've agreed that we have to meet much more regularly. At the moment we meet quarterly, but we've agreed to meet monthly to really start to put together a different kind of plan.
Presumably, therefore, the director and the board are fully appraised of the certainty we need across the period of our 10-year plan in terms of our financial planning. They understand that we need that certainty around numbers that we need to chuck into our 10-year plan.
The Otago board.
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming that the director has
microphone. Sorry.
I am assuming that the director, you know, will go back or has been back to his own board to talk this through with them as well.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. A few questions. First up, as my high school maths teacher would be able to attest, complicated mathematical equations, and I don't necessarily always get on, but I'm fairly sure Mr. Lees used to tell me that equations really only worked one way. So I'm struggling to understand how an act can be, or the requirements of the legislation can be read in two different ways, so that Clutha thinks we're going to work out this equation this way and somebody else works out this way. Are you able to give any clarity on that, or is it something, a complication of either new maths or the vagary and inadequacies of the Act?
I don't know how Clutha is working out their calculation. I can't give you any more clarity on that, sorry.
But there's almost two equations in the Act, because there's the calculation of the levy and then there's what happens to the leftover. And because we've paid, I'm going to say above the odds, but we've paid at times higher than we've meant to, and then you can't pay less. Clutha have gone back to what they were required to pay. Right, and we've sometimes, because of a whole lot of really good reasons, supported the museum at a higher level than that. That becomes the new base for us, but not for Clutha. So it's kind of like there's two equations, and new maths and legislation.
Yeah, and Bell Clutha maths. Can I know that? I know I'm going to get a Cadogan phone call. Can the rates rebate be any higher than it currently is?
I'll ask Carolyn that one. Can the rates rebate be any higher?
I'll need to check, Councillor, what the actual rates are at the moment on that.
Lovely, thank you, because I know we were talking earlier about some things not necessarily falling into the category. The last question I've got is, do we know the implications of what would happen if we don't fund an increase?
Right, so then you could object. That's the second option, as I understand it. So if council decide they don't want to fund an increase, you have, you would move the second option, which would be that you would notify the board that you were objecting to their funding request, at which point there's a process that then kicks off of toing and froing backwards and forwards to, over the following 6 weeks or so, to come up with a number.
I guess my question is, do we have any idea of, if we don't fund the increase, I understand that there is a procedural fallout, but in terms of anything else, do we?
We do not, and that's probably a very difficult question for the board representatives to ask as well, because they're wearing a different hat here today.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. Tēnā koe. I'm not sure if this question is for you, or given that you and Dr. Griffin have had operational discussions, what I'm asking is, what would we need to do as governors in terms of making attempts to get the Act changed? Is there? Can we go through LGNZ or? No, not to force Clutha to pay more, but just something with the general funding formula. I don't know. I see that it was changed in 1996, but I don't know what those changes were.
Don't know. Look, they're pretty keen. Yes.
I'm not sure if Ms Wikaira will have the answer to this, but I'll ask it to follow up Councillor Fiso's question. Is it the case that because of the national and international treasures taonga in that museum, that's the basis of the museum's approach to government around, along with other of the metro museums, around the funding models for museums of that at that level? Is that the case?
Yes, it is. But with the kinds of collections that Otago Museum has of national and international significance. Yeah.
Thank you. And Councillor Gilbert, I just have to get this in a light-hearted. I think we need a little bit of light-hearted. I was a teacher at that school and the Deputy Mayor was a student, so do be careful. And Brian was a student.
Right. Unfortunately, the government doesn't supply any funding to the museum, is that right? They just legislate how much, they mandate how much we have to pay.
That's correct.
Yep. Councillor Wiley, you have a question?
I've got a DCC maths question, not a Clutha one. A question regarding what would a increase of 4.3% of 213,495 do to our rates?
0.1%.
So 0.1, thank you. And when we look at the councils and contribution, so Queenstown does contribute, yet they're not on that list of councils that should.
They're not part of the Act, but they do make a contribution.
So we actually should be thanking Queenstown for making that, for the Queenstown Council for making that contribution, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good night. Councillor Binspo.
Just on that, my understanding is that that's in part in recognition and gratitude of the outreach work that Dr. Griffin has organised right throughout the region, including in QLDC, which has been very extensive. I mean, most of us recall how thorough his reporting is when he comes to council, and that encompasses all that outreach work as well, which I think is extremely valuable. It's just a shame that there's pressure gone on because of cutback in education outside the classroom as well. But Queenstown is a shining example of what you can do.
Right. Look, to be fair, I think we've handed out enough criticism for Clutha. Councillor Gary, do you have a question?
I'm always very careful about criticising Clutha. I wanted to ask whether Queenstown is a consistent contributor, because I just simply don't recall that. And maybe Councillor Benson Pope.
Yes, I don't have that information, sorry.
Right. Are there any other questions? This might take a minute. Any other questions? Okay. So, look, so the Chief will be answering that question, so thank you. All right. Now, I did have an indication that Councillor Wiley, what do you want to move?
I'll move option 1.
Okay, do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Gilbert.
Before we move into debate, if I might, I have had clarification. Queenstown aren't currently playing anything. Yeah, just, yeah. So, well, yeah, I'm not, yeah. That had been my sense, but you never know, they're good graces, one. So, just to put that straight.
So, save your breath, huh? All right. Councillor Wiley.
This was a very challenging one to sort of look at today. And initially, I actually wasn't a supporter of moving option 1, but I am now. I think the key things that I look at is that when we look at the museum and what it presents to the community, I think it's an unbelievable asset, a great team, well organised, and goes above and beyond. We've just heard about the outreach programs they run and how effective they are. The other part that really stood out to me was the submissions. You know, there was 192 submissions received, 187 were in favour and 5 were opposed. And I think that's essentially, how the community sees the museum and its asset. Yes, it's a $213,495 to the bottom line, and right now we don't want to add anything to the bottom line. That is a 0.1% to our rates, but I heard earlier that the CEO announced that we had a savings of $140,000, so it'd be nice to see that association of that saving earlier with this increase to minimise any impact on that basis. And I am very mindful that even going from 17.5% to 17.6% is a big ask, but I do hope to have your support.
Well, just to be okay, so speakers, Councillor Gilbert.
Yeah, for me, I'm hesitant to add anything or to even consider adding anything to the rates. However, I make absolutely no secret of nor apology for how much of a fan I am of the Otago Museum and what Dr. Griffin and the team get up to and do over there, as well as the fact that the collection is internationally respected and significant, not just culturally, not just locally, not historically either, but academically as well. There are universities and researchers from pick a place in the world, and they will at some point want to talk to the Tahura Otago Museum. So I also would then, like Councillor Wiley, have taken into account the feedback through, not only through the submission process, but also conversations in person. Again, I make no secret that I'm normally relatively available at the Farmers Market on a Saturday morning from 8 to 12. And more often than not, if anybody wants to talk to me, it's the Otago Museum comes up, and the request for support is always there as well, that we need to support it as much as we can, not only because of its significance, but also because of the value that the residents see in it. So that's why I'm more than happy to second it.
At this point, I'd just like to move a little amendment to this motion, and that is to say the savings that have been found of 140,000 should be applied, should be tagged to this, so that in fact there is no rates increase.
It's additional revenue?
It's additional revenue. Oh.
The additional revenue that we identified
Yes.
in our first report.
So I'll just put that up, and if we can put that in, and then we can vote on it as we go through, right, as people ask the questions. So what that would mean is that this doesn't add to a rates increase. Near enough.
Applies the additional revenue.
Do we then need to vote on it?
It depends if the mover and the seconder agree to it being added to the substantive motion.
Okay. Get it? Seconder? So the mover and seconder are happy enough with that, so that will mean that it will not be an increase in rates. So and we'll just carry on with the this or tiny, yeah, minimal, yeah. 002.
It'll be a rounding at that level.
A minimal, yeah, a rounding, and actually hopefully a rounding down. Anyway,
can I suggest that the additional revenue needs to be highlighted for people that don't know where that additional revenue is coming from?
So I'm happy that we spoke to it in the Chief Executive's report, but it was rent that hadn't been properly accounted for in the property budget, and it now is.
So unaccounted for rent?
Well, I think additional revenue, I think, is enough. It was the only additional revenue we highlighted, and Carolyn has clarity. But
Right. So you've spoken. Have you spoken? Finished? Done. Okay, so, oh yeah, that's me. So we're now looking for Councillor Ackland. You ready to speak, sir? Yes.
Technology, thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the past, I have not been a fan of upping how much we pay to the Otago Museum. When you look at the fact that, number one, this is a grant, and number two, when you look at our total grant spend and what sort of portion of that total grant spend goes to the museum, I think there's a huge imbalance. But I do appreciate that there is an act of parliament here that drives that. I recall my last tenure on council, so going back nearly 20 years, we were paying $1 million a year. Now we're pretty much it's going to be $5 million. And I think that is horrific in the sense that it is not just a local museum, it's a national museum, and we're not getting any funding from government. Last year, I voted against increasing the amount that we pay to the museum, which of course is 5%. This time around, it's a similar dollar amount, even though it's slightly less than 5. But I do feel as though at this stage, the museum should be supported by us. So I'm changing my view, and I'm doing that based on a lot of the questions that have been asked other speakers and the consultation process that we've had. That obviously the museum is very, very important to the community, and the community is obviously what we're here for. So without going on any more, all I'm really going to say is that I will support this. There was talk before about more regular contact between council, senior management and finance with the Otago Museum finance team. I welcome that, and I certainly hope that as we move into the 9-year plan, that things can be somewhat less impacting on council always having to pick up the tab here. But I will be supporting that this time. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. This Councillor Dr. Griffin has constantly been innovative with the ways he has to think all the time of different ways to raise money. He's got continual problems with the funding at the museum, and I feel quite sorry for him because there is a percentage of funding that's not paid by the government that it's meant to be under an act that part of the tauhanga or treasures that are there are of international or national significance. For some reason, that doesn't get honoured, and it really needs to be. So if you're listening, Minister, please pay up. It's really not fair because there's costs to store things, there's costs to run the whole organisation, obviously. But I think, we are the beneficiaries predominantly in this region from the Otago Museum because it's here in our city. And I think, we're better for it. It's a fantastic facility and it's got really good exhibitions and amazing, I say this every year, but I'll say it again, they have a really good, if they're still doing it, I don't know where they are, but if they are, they had an amazing kids after school holiday program that was fantastic, really educational and very, very well run. And there's numerous things they do at the museum, like the butterfly enclosure, of course, that's wonderful. Tahura that you'd pay to go into, but all of it's educational but fun. And it's a fantastic place to take your kids if they're younger. Once they get a bit older, they don't want to know much about it. But anyway, when they're little, it's a really great facility. So yes, I will support this.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure, like the rest of you, you receive and read the I think the bi-monthly reports in the museum, which are excellent reads and full of details. And I've just picked out the one we received recently, April 2024, and I'll just read the very opening lines because I think it's pretty pertinent to our conversation. Director's report. It looks like the museum is heading for our highest visitor numbers in a decade. As of 14th April, 315,824 people have visited the museum since the 1st of July. This is 40% up on the previous year. It is on track to be close to 400,000 by the end of the financial year. And I read that because I think that speaks volumes about how valued, how important this place is. And if you go further down, it mentions the Director's Choice Stairwell exhibition that was opened in April by the Honourable Paul Goldsmith. And I mention that because underlying what we decide here today, I think it's really important that the government ultimately needs to be part of a longer term solution for this museum and probably all museums. And I don't have any doubt in believing that Mr. Griven and his team jumped on the opportunity to have some robust conversations with said minister. And although the motion we now have in front of us is likely avoiding that 0.1% rise on the rates, I think it's worth remembering that if you went out to the community and asked them that if the sustainability of this institution would add 0.1% to your rates, I think you would find an overwhelming amount of support in the community for that to happen. I think it would be in the very high 90%. This institution, in which I spend much time, often getting out of the rain if I'm cycling home, contains some incredible taonga, actually. It's an extraordinary place that I think we're actually all proud of. And there's an exceptional team at the helm there, and all of the staff are exceptional. And I often send visiting international visitors there, and to Toitu actually, and when they return, I don't think anyone has ever returned from a day or a half day at the museum and not been absolutely blown away. Which brings me on to my final point. They're also blown away by the fact that you can walk through those doors and up the stairs and not pay anything. Because most of the friends I send there come from a place called Europe. And in my wife's case, they come from America, and they are astounded. And I raise that because it's likely that those conversations around, and I know that some of the stuff in the museum you do have to pay to access, but I think it's going to have to be part of a grown-up conversation down the line about the access of our institutions. And again, going back to the European example, it's often the case in the place that you live, it would be free to the residents who pay their rates, who live in the town. They would still get access to that institution for free. But I think there is now, certainly amongst, forget the name of the new generations, the XYZ, millennials, whatever, there's an expectation that you pay to go into museums. You build it into your budget. I'm about to leap on a plane and go to Europe for 2 months, and I fully expect that I'll pay a lot of money to enter art galleries, museums, etc. So I'm just putting that out there because I think that needs to be part of the wider conversation throughout this country as we move forward. But you can probably tell from my tenure I support this motion.
All right, Councillor Fiesel.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. Like the mover, I wasn't really keen on the 4.3% increase, and even with all the discussion and information we've been given today, I'm still not really in favour. But I think this is because, to me, museums really, from an Indigenous Pacific person's perspective, museums really are just gathering places for the artefacts from cultures that have been conquered through colonisation. So, given my values of valuing relationships over, the dollars that Councillor Vandevers has said that I am not concerned with. I am actually concerned with dollars, but with dollars goes relationships. And for me, the Otago Museum has a far way to go in terms of acknowledging its relationships and its place in the Pacific. The Pacific Hall still hasn't changed some of its commentary, in my opinion, from being a monocultural institution. And also, you know, when is there going to be a Pasifika person on the board? When are there going to be more mana whenua reps on the board? Kia ora.
Okay, so Councillor Vandevers.
Museums are always struggling for funding, and they always will. And this is pretty much universal. Otago Museum is near the top of my list of things I would like to increase funding for. But I do not believe that we can afford to be increasing funding for anything while we keep increasing unsustainable debt. The museum is sustainable within its current budget, in my view, which I don't think can be said of the DCC budget that we are proposing. It's nice to think that we've got some additional revenue that we didn't think we had, but what we have to do is, rather than look at who's paying for it or where the money's coming from, we have to look at what is the real value to our ratepayers and how much extra debt are we prepared to take on to provide that value. Again, in this case, I don't see the extra value, and I don't think we should saddle ourselves with this extra ratcheting debt that is going to hit us again harder next year, which we already know is going to be very hard because we've ratcheted it already this year. Can't vote for it.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My central mantra for this series of discussions is look after what we've got and finish what we've started. That's how I'm navigating these difficult decisions. When I read the papers, I had similar feelings to many of you, given the current cost of living crisis. However, there are some things I want to say, and I will be supporting this motion. We've already heard it related that it is this museum is quite extraordinary, actually, in terms of the taonga that it has. Internationally important, nationally important, punching above its weight in that regard, but that is not acknowledged by the government in terms of funding. And there's no doubt that it's damn well time that the government came up with a share because of that, and certainly not for want of trying. So that's a continuing conversation that needs to go on. And I would have to say that Dr. Griffin has done the very best job in having that conversation and continuing it, and also gathering colleagues from other museums into that effort. So full marks there. To your comments, Councillor Lefiso, I can say with hand on heart that I believe the museum is trying really hard in that space. The repatriation work, there's a great deal of thought going on that. Yes, there's more to do, but I do believe they're trying particularly hard, and I can attest to that being on a councillor appointed to that board. And I would say harder than many organisations, to be honest, but there's still a way to go. In terms of the museum's efforts to make more money, to gain more revenue, to offset the costs, I don't think we can fault Dr. Griffin in that regard. The outreach is quite spectacular. The creativity and innovation is outstanding, and we've talked at various times about the various events that are held at the museum that draw in people that may not necessarily come to the museum. And so having been to some of those events, I find it really impressive. And thinking back to some of the taonga that I've seen there behind the scenes, the moa prints come to mind. We all know about the moa prints, extraordinary work in that regard. Conservation of an albatross was very memorable. But the one that sticks in my mind, because I had visited the Chatham Islands and seen one of the bark carvings on a live tree done by Moriori, and there was a piece of work that was done in preserving those carvings, and they're actually in the Otaka Museum with conservation work going on. It was a real joy to see that project, having been to the Chathams and kind of connecting the dots. And I also had a moment when I was shown, we were walking through some shelves, and I was shown some fossils, and there were various labels on the shelf. And when I was a child, our family had the lease on a limestone quarry. My father would bring home fossils, and then they'd be given to the local museum. And I saw that some of them were from that particular limestone quarry from that particular time. And it was quite extraordinary to be able to open the box and have a look. I was allowed to do that and read the letter from the local person who'd done it. So some really neat connecting the dots there, and it has been moving to witness the repatriation that's been going on. It attracts such a wide variety of people into the museum, and I think that's a real strength of it. And I do believe from the submissions that ratepayers do value this institution. So I am going to support it, and I go back to my first comment, let's look after what we've got.
Yes, I'd just like to say a couple of things. I think the museum is very much worthy of our support, and it's important that we keep it viable. And I think, not the least because it attracts the largest number of visitors to any of our arts and cultural institutions in the town. And it also, even without having a door charge, a standard door, an overall door charge, it has the best cost recovery of any arts or cultural institution in the town. So they've gone to extraordinary lengths to make interesting and viable exhibits and attractions that bring people in just for the sake of participating in that. And it does serve a model, actually, as a model for all of New Zealand. And I consequently call upon the government to review this unfunded mandate, because we as the locals have been mandated to fund the museum, yet the work that it does is of national significance and also international significance, and it contributes greatly to what is on offer here in Dunedin for visitors from overseas, and we have a steady stream of tourists coming through Dunedin. And so, in addition to that, it also has very strong Pacifica and tangata whenua exhibits. And my observation is that the tangata whenua exhibits have moved towards mana whenua. In other words, the exhibits on display there and the interpretation panels have shifted from general tangata whenua from everyone throughout the country to more of local input. So I think I've felt that transition as I've visited regularly. Perhaps that's just what I'm taking more notice of, but I think the exhibits have been refreshed and changed up. And so for many people, many locals, and also for visitors from afar, whether that be throughout New Zealand or around the world, that is one of their prime sources of information about tangata whenua here in New Zealand. So that is in many cases, their best exposure to local culture. And I think that forms a very important function in that regard. So I will be supporting this motion. Back to you, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. All good points were raised. But to follow up on Councillor Walker in reference to international visitors after this vote, I'll be requesting a report in line with that. But I think the key thing is we all know what a true asset the Otaki Museum is to our city. So happy to proceed.
Right. So we'll take that vote by division because there's a couple of possibilities.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan.
Aye.
Councillor Lefiso.
No.
Note Councillor Nicholas is abstaining. Correct? Withdrawn, yes. Councillor Mayhem.
Yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
The motion is carried 12 against 2, 1 abstention.
Right.
Mr. Mayor, I could see you about to say something.
Yes.
Can I move my request for the report around a request for report for consideration time for the 9-year long-term plan to consider entry charges at 2 Dunedin-owned venues, Toitu and Dunedin Public Gallery for non-Dunedin residents aged 12 years and older.
Very good. Do we have that?
Yes, it's just
Is it
about
on
to
the
come.
screen?
Yes.
Great. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Gilbert. So we'll just
Yes, it's
wait
just
a
coming,
moment. We've got that on the screen. And I suggest this is the last agenda, or non-agenda item, the last item of the day. And can I make a suggestion that item 3 says identification of? Yeah, it's the same sense, but it's just identification of other revenue opportunities. Identification as opposed to identifying.
Can I just be careful here, because remember, part of the levy is paid by some of our people in Central Otago, so we have to capture those people who are paying towards our levy. So
this is Toitu and DPAG, I don't think so.
Oh, is it not? This was not. Oh, this isn't the museum.
No.
Of course. Ignore that comment.
Yeah, that's it. That's all. It's just the sense, because I have some suggestions. That's right.
Do you need 5 minutes for council?
Just a procedural question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
This is an item about the Otago Museum, and this is a council meeting. I just can't understand how a motion could be tabled like this about not the museum without it being by way of the normal notice of motion process. I think it's irregular and can't be accepted.
And I'll speak to this, councillor. This is the annual plan, and you are looking to frame up reports for the 9-year plan. Any number of you have items that you want reports on. This relates to matters that were raised in debate. Councillor Walker raised it, for example. So in my mind, it's entirely within the process that is this meeting.
I also raised about the comparison between, not that I got an answer, but comparison between the fees.
The timing, it could be anywhere. There'll be an opportunity later, at some point tomorrow, for any of you that want to raise matters around any of these. Councillor Wiley has chosen to put it now because it's apropos of matters raised in the debate.
Righto. So are there any further questions about the motion? Right, in which case I'll invite Councillor Wiley to speak to it.
Dunedin City Council has 2 great assets in Toitu and DPAG that have been upgraded and funded from Dunedin City ratepayers, and they continue to fund the operational expenses. When you go on TripAdvisor, you see Toitu as number 3 and things to do. and many of the comments note about it as free and rave how wonderful it is. The DPAG is number 26 in TripAdvisor's Things to Do, and again, many comment on how much they love it, but also that it's free. And the 17th of February 2014 Finance Committee received a report titled Entry Charges at Council-Owned Cultural Facilities Feasibility Assessment. This included an entry charge for non-resident visitors was implemented at the DPAG and the then Otago Settlers Museum, the DPAG from 1997 to 2001 and the Otago Settlers Museum from 1979 to 2006. They were taken away at that time, and our facilities have come a long way since. Hopefully in the report there will be consideration around whether it's just Dunedin residents that would be subject free of charge from proposed charges, or whether we'd look at visitation in a wider, say, Highlanders, Otago, Southland, fees-free approach. But let's canvass, let's see what the report comes with. At the crux of it is that we charge a child $3.50 to go to Moana Pool, but yet we do not charge any of our international visitors to visit these attractions. And we heard that loud and clear from Councillor Walker in the previous item. Auckland Museum, for example, effective from 1st of July, will charge international visitors $32 an adult and $16 a child, and under 5 are free. New Zealand visitors, donations are invited, but if you've been to Auckland Museum, trust me, you are made to put your hand in your pocket and pay not just a couple dollars, but 10 plus. And Auckland residents free with proof of purchase, proof of address. So the key is, I would like this report to be presented to us in time for the long-term plan, because I do think we have to reconsider how the Toitu and Dunedin Public Art Gallery do receive funding, and if we can receive it from the clientele.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. And you're right, I did raise this related to another institution. I'm happy to support this simply because it's a request for consideration, and I think it's something we do need to talk about. The potential, and I don't want to get into the weeds of how this will be designed, that's for conversation for another day, but we do have the potential advantage here of perhaps looking at one relatively nominal charge, whatever that may be, that allows you entry into three places. So probably have a slight advantage over other centres around the world. So of course that could be these two plus Lanyuan. So I think there's opportunity here. It may not gather traction, but let's say that's debate for another day. I don't think there's any problem with us having this on the table for discussion and conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too am in support of this at the moment. MB is undergoing the consultation around increasing the visitor levy, which is around $35, looking at increasing it maybe to $65 or $100. And this is because of pressure on infrastructure, conservation and marketing costs. So I think that we do need to look at the same, because our locals are facing a lot of these costs for a lot of pressure that increasing visitor numbers are bringing, including cruise ship visitors, etc. We know are high users of those institutions, and our ratepayers are paying for the loo paper used in the free loos, etc., as well as the wonderful attractions that they see. So I think this is time to have this conversation. I know there has been requests from the visitor industry to look at this as well.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. The reason I'm happy to second this is, as Councillor Walker has pointed out, we're talking about having the discussion. We're not talking about implementing anything yet. We're talking about having that discussion. And there's mention has been made about going overseas, and we may think there's only if you go to New York or Paris or something that you have to pay, and yes, you do in both of those places. If you wanted to go, for example, to the Museum of Modern Art in New York, you'd be paying $30 American for an adult entry. But it's a lot closer than that. If you want to go to the equivalent in Tasmania, you're going to pay 38 Australian dollars. When we go overseas, my wife and I expect to pay for every museum we go into. You have to pay for some of the national parks that you go into. You have to pay to go to the toilet in many places. So it's really not that much of a hardship to consider a nominal charge, or whatever the charge may be, to see what we have. In New Zealand, we do tend to think, oh, nobody's going to come if we charge. We don't want to put too many obstacles in the way. We have some of the best things. Let's be blunt. Everybody wants to come here. Everybody wants to see what we've got, and rightly so, in my opinion. So that's why I'm happy to support it. Plus, it potentially lends itself to having what other cities do. For example, Neuchâtel in Switzerland does it with great success. They have a wee passport. You buy the passport, and that then gives you free entry into various places. You get the stamp there, and you've got this little something to take home. Apparently it goes absolutely wild over there, but the charge comes with buying this little passport that you then get stamped in all the different places that you go to. Maybe this opens itself up to that. The point is having a discussion about methods of charge.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this as well, because I do believe that we have to look at every item in our budgets, and if we need to, the easiest way in some ways is to find new revenue sources. And this is not our residents. This proposal, I mean, we're only asking for a report, but down the track, this is potential that something our residents won't have to pay for. So therefore, that would be less of a rate increase going forward. So I'm very supportive of this, and I will also take this consideration with my Otago Museum Trust Board hat on to the museum to be part of that conversation as well.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this, and the reason I won't be supporting this is the timing of it. I mean, we were sitting discussing the Otago Museum, and I still don't know what the numbers were for the vote for the motion we had previous to this, before this got put up, and I thought it was going to include Otago Museum as an option to look at this, which I would have supported that, because I think it is something that Otago Museum should look at. And the reason I won't support this as well is that I sit on the DPAG board, as does Councillor Wiley, and I haven't had a chance, along with other councillors, to talk to the DPAG members about this and see what they think. I wouldn't mind supporting this if I'd talked to them and they all thought it was a good idea, but this has just been put up just like that. And plus, just putting random reports like this, what we all must realise is that every report costs money, and I've heard that one report can be up to $10,000. That's probably a minimum. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
I don't know, I'm not at all enthusiastic about this. I feel it's the thin end of a wedge that we've been fighting for years of paying for the arts. And I know that we're saying, don't worry, the locals won't have to pay. Well, I assume that in the report will come a mechanism of identifying a local. Because I don't think many school kids carry much identification on them that proved that they're locals. Of course, they're wearing a uniform, but, you know, I could get in free wearing a Logan Park uniform. Mature student. I guess my point is, I feel this gets down to the nickel and diming of art. And I think there's just one place you're not supposed to touch if you're civil society. Or we could make the kids at Moana Pool free. I don't know, one or the other. Thank you. But anyway, I know it's a report, so not that upset at this point.
Okay. Councillor Vandevers.
I agree very much with Councillor O'Malley and also with Councillor Houlihan, who cited just the certain cost of the report. And I'm not that convinced that there would be a certain revenue stream available. Entry charges are a good idea when the facilities involved cannot cope with demand. And that is what you have in most of these overseas facilities. When I lived in London, the National Gallery was free, so was the British Museum. And they were fabulous, and all the more fabulous for the fact that they were free, and you could nip in for an hour one day and you could nip in for 2 hours the next. All of this made for a vibe around both those institutions that was such a tourist draw that actually I want to keep going back there. So entry charges are a good idea if you need to limit demand. This is not the case with DPAG or with Toitu. getting more people through DPAG and getting more people through Toitu should be what we're focused on, rather than trying to find what invariably would be a very feeble revenue stream after you look at the cost of identifying who your different people are coming through, and then having identified some of them as foreigners, then extracting some fiefdom from them. I don't think we want to report on this, because I don't think we want to go there at all. To me, this is desperate grasping at pennies in a situation that will invariably cost money and cost real money, and not necessarily give a revenue return or a revenue stream that's hopeful. So I don't even want to see a report or think about it, leave alone then have to debate the pros and cons of it. To me, the report is a bad idea. We need to keep some places in Dunedin to be absolutely free and beautiful spaces to go to, and Toitu and DPAG are those at the moment, and I think they have to stay that way.
Councillor Fiesel.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I instantly didn't like this. Sorry, Councillor Wiley. I can understand as Chair of Economic Development where you're coming from with this, but for me, it's about our values again. And given that we've just, voted for an 11% increase for the most vulnerable of our rent increase for our own tenants, and when we look at looking after people, what our job is, and I just think I don't think it's right in terms of our values, in terms of what we put on, what we will be putting on people who don't live in this city. We should be looking after everyone. We should most of all be looking after our children as well. And I don't agree with us charging children, secondary school children, that age for the buses or for minor pool. So it's very rare that Councillor Van der Vis and I agree, but I think I agree with his argument. Kia ora.
Right, Councillor Gary.
Wasn't going to speak, but I feel the need now, and I want to tautuku your comments, Councillor Liffey. So, however, I am going to support this because it's requesting a report, and because I find it extraordinary that the Chair of Finance, having said all the things that he said, can't vote in support, as I understand it, of a requesting a report. We are not deciding today to charge for entry to these two institutions. We're considering, and it has been considered before, and I take the Deputy Chair of Finance's point about looking at all revenue streams, and we're in that position. So on that basis, while I'm not wildly enthusiastic about the possible outcome, I'm prepared to consider it, and that's for another day. So I'm not going to explore that right now as others have. I'm simply going to say, yes, I can support asking for a report. I think it's time to reconsider it, and that's where we'll have the debate.
So just before I hand it back to Councillor Wiley, I'd like to make a couple of points. Firstly, every year, these institutions face fresh costs. So as I said earlier, life's a balance. So where are the fresh sources of revenue to balance it up? Where is the fresh revenue to balance it up? Because everything must be paid for. And it's all very well, we want free this and free that and free the other, but someone on the other side of that balance beam has to pay for it. Now, there are a lot of examples around the world. I mean, most recently, Venice has just started charging people to go and visit the whole town. Sure, it's in huge demand and it's overrun with tourists, so they'll limit that with costs. But there's plenty of places. Now, I remember well having a big tour around England and Scotland many years ago, I was on a castle frenzy, and I bought a membership, an annual membership to English Heritage. And so that gave me free entry to a great plethora of castles and ruins and stately homes, all sorts of things, and some museums around the country. And it cost quite a lot. It was more than £100, and this is a few decades ago. But it gave me entry to all of these other places. So not only did it get me into Stonehenge, which was, a very popular attraction, which everyone, including the locals, had to pay for, but I went to a great many obscure castles that I wouldn't have visited otherwise. So one of the things that we could do is have a joined up response around the whole country, so that all the key art galleries and a bunch of the metros around New Zealand you buy one admission, you buy the one ticket, and you can get round them all. Similarly, if we have Lanyuan, the art gallery, and Toitu in a threefer, then the people can get admission to each of the three, and so attendance at each of the three would be likely to increase, in my experience and opinion. However, one of the things that I've also heard over the years is that usually the cost of, or sometimes the cost of administering and collecting the money is more than what is received. But it certainly hasn't been the case in many of the art galleries and museums that I have visited around the world, and certainly ones that stand alone. They have to charge admission in order to keep their cost recovery up. And if we look at the museum example, Dr. Griffin has got the highest cost recovery of any facility like this in the town, due to the funded exhibitions. So people are prepared to pay to go and visit things, and I think if we were to go down this track, perhaps the report might show it, that if we made the facilities, or if the director made these facilities more attractive and more desirable for people to go visit, then the revenue streams will increase and more people will go to each and every one of them. Back to you, Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Yes, there is lots of opportunity of what the report could bring back to us, how things are packaged, how it's set up, all that will hopefully come out in the report. But let's not forget, even when I was down in Gore for a little golf trip, I still paid the donation and went in and enjoyed the museum there. And actually it's worth going to. Nelson's Museum, Regional Gallery for Nelson, Tasman. Residents, there's no cost for residents, but there's a $7 cost if I want to go into the museum in Nelson. So it's not just these big famous ones that are charging, it's across the board. But really, when we look at what the guts of what this is about, it's a request for a report. The last report we had on this topic was in 2014, and it was voted down. So I'll be interested to see what it actually says. But let's remember, we have great city assets, and currently I feel we are giving them away. And I think there's a better funding mechanism to be had, but let the report tell us. Let's not presume what's going to be in it or what the outcomes are going to be. Let's wait for that debate that will hopefully be part of the long-term plan.
Okay, we'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
No.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. No. Councillor Fiso.
No.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
No.
Councillor O'Malley.
No.
Councillor Vandervis.
No.
Councillor Walker.
Yes.
Councillor Wetherill.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Yes.
Carried 8 against 7.
8-7?
8-7.
Yep, it was 8-7.
Oh, yes, we've got Councillor Ackland.
Yep, it was 8-7.
Great, very good. Well, so I move that we adjourn the meeting until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Seconded, Councillor Walker. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No one.